General Introduction to Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. General Introduction. Books are as much a part of the furnishing of a house as tables and chairs, and in the making of a home they belong, not with the luxuries, but with the necessities. A bookless house is not a home, for a home affords food and shelter for the mind as well as for the body. It is as great an offence against a child to starve his mind as to starve his body, and there is as much danger of reducing his vitality and putting him at a disadvantage in his life work in the one as in the other form of deprivation. There was a time when it was felt that shelter, clothing, food, and physical oversight comprised the whole duty of a charitable institution to dependent children. Today, no community would permit such an institution to exist unless it provided school privileges. An acute sense of responsibility toward children is one of the prime characteristics of American society, shown in the vast expenditures for public education in all forms, in the increasing attention paid to light, ventilation, and safety in school buildings, in the opening of playgrounds in large cities, in physical supervision of children in schools, and the agitation against the employment of children in factories, and in other and less obvious ways. Children are helpless to protect themselves and secure what they need for health of body and mind. They are exceedingly impressionable, and the future is always in their hands. The first and most imperative duty of parents is to give their children the best attainable preparation for life, no matter at what sacrifice to themselves. There are hosts of fathers and mothers who recognize this obligation, but do not know how to discharge it, who are eager to give their children the most wholesome conditions, but do not know how to secure them, who are especially anxious that their children should start early and start right on that highway of education which is the open road to honourable success. There are many homes in which books would find abundant room if the heads of the families knew what books to buy, or had the means to put into the hands of the growing child the reading matter it needs in the successive periods of its growth. This condition of eagerness to give the best, and of ignorance of how or where to find the best, is the justification for the publication of this set of books. The attempt has been made in a series of 12 volumes to bring together in convenient form the fairy stories, myths, and legends which have fed the children of many generations in the years when the imagination is awakening and craving stimulus and material to work upon. That age of myth-making which is a prelude to the more scientific uses of the mind, and of immense importance in an intensely practical age. A group of tales of standard quality and an interest and value which have placed them among the permanent possessions of English literature. A careful selection of stories of animal life. A natural history, familiar in style and thoroughly trustworthy in fact. An account of those travels and adventures which have opened up the earth and made its resources available, and which constitute one of the most heroic chapters in the history of the long struggle of men to possess the earth and make it a home for the highest kind of civilization. A record of heroism taken from the annals of the patriots, and of those brave men who, in all ages, ranks of society, and occupations, have dared to face great dangers in the path of duty and science, with special attention to that everyday heroism in which the age is specially rich, and of which so many good people are grossly ignorant. A survey of scientific achievement, with reports of recent discoveries in knowledge and adaptation of knowledge to human need. A group of biographies of the men and women, mostly Americans, who are the most stimulating companions for boys and girls. A volume on the fine arts, dealing with music, painting, sculpture, architecture, in a way to instruct young readers, and making accessible a large number of those songs which appeal in the best way to children in schools and homes. A collection of the best poetry for the youngest and oldest readers, chosen not only for excellence from the standpoint of art, but deep an abiding human interest, and a volume devoted to the occupations and resources of the home, addressed to parents no less than to children, with practical suggestions about books and reading, games and amusements, exercise and health, and those kindred topics which have to do with making the home wholesome and attractive. These 12 volumes aim, in brief, to make the home the most inspiring school and the most attractive place for pleasure, and to bring the best the world has to offer of adventure, heroism, achievement and beauty within its 4 walls. Special attention has been given to the youngest children, whose interests are often neglected because they are thought to be too immature to receive serious impressions from what is read to them. Psychology is beginning to make us understand that no greater mistake can be made in the education of children than underrating the importance of the years when the soil receives the seed most quickly. For education of the deepest sort, the planting of those formative ideas which give final direction and quality to the intellectual life, there is no period so important as the years between 3 and 6, and none so fruitful. To put in the seed at that time is, as a rule, to decide the kind of harvest the child will reap later, whether he shall be a shrewd, keen, clever, ambitious man, with a hard mechanical mind bent on getting the best of the world, or a generous, fruitful, open-minded man, intent on living the fullest life in mind and heart. No apology is offered for giving large space to myths, legends, fairy stories, tales of all sorts, and to poetry, for in these expressions of the creative mind is to be found the material on which the imagination has fed in every age, and which is, for the most part, conspicuously absent from our educational programs. America has at present greater facility in producing smart men than in producing able men. The alert, quick-witted money-maker abounds, but the men who live with ideas, who care for the principles of things, and who make life rich in resource and interest, are comparatively few. America needs poetry more than it needs industrial training, though the two ought never to be separated. The time to awaken the imagination, which is the creative faculty, is early childhood, and the most accessible material for this education is the literature which the race created in its childhood. The creative man, whether in the arts or in practical affairs, in poetry, in engineering, or in business, is always the man of imagination. In this library for young people, the attempt has been made not only to give the child what it needs, but in the form which is most easily understood. For this reason some well-known stories have been retold in simpler English than their classic forms present. This is especially true of many tales for any young children reprinted by special arrangement from recent English sources. In some cases, where the substance has seemed of more importance to the child than the form, simpler words and forms of expression have been substituted for more complex or abstract phrases, and passages of minor importance have been condensed or omitted. The aim in making the selections in this set of books has been to interest the child and give it what it needs for normal growth. The material has been taken from many sources, old and new. Much of the reading matter presented has been familiar in one form or another to generations of children. Much has appeared for the first time within the last 10 years. A considerable part has been prepared especially for the Treasury, and a large part has been selected from the best writing in the various fields. It is the hope of the editor that this Treasury, or library, will justify its title by its real and fundamental service to children and parents alike. Hamilton W. Mabie. Introduction. Since this series of books is intended for all young people from 1 to 100, it opens with about 80 of the old Mother Goose rhymes. Nothing better was ever invented to tell to little folks who are young enough for lullabies. Their rhythm, their humour, and their pith will always cause us to prize them as the baby's classics. Next come a score of the most famous nursery tales, the kind that children cry for and love to hear 50 times over. And since, just as soon as little folks like stories, they love to hear them in rhyme, here are 40 children's favourite poems. What would young life be without Puss in Boots and Little Red Riding Hood and the Sleeping Beauty? Our treasury would indeed be poor without them, so these favourite stories come next, yoked with some old-fashioned poems in story form, as The Night Before Christmas, The Wonderful World, and Little Orphaned Annie. All who love pets and animals have always liked fables, so here are the noted parables of Aesop, and the lesser known, but even more jolly tales from East Indian sources. The fairy tale age is supposed to come from 4 to 9, but the editors are sure it lasts much longer than that. However this may be, the better half of our first volume is given up to fairy tales and laughter stories from all over the world. It ends with tales for tiny tots, the kind that Mother reads beside the fire at bedtime, some of them old, like The Little Red Hen and Peter Rabbit, and some of them newer, like The Greedy Brownie and the Birthday Honours of the Fairy Queen. William Byron Forbush. End of general introduction.
Section 1 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 1. Nursery Rhymes. Hush-a-bye, baby, on the tree-top. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, bough, cradle, and all. Rock-a-bye, baby, thy cradle is green. Father's a nobleman, mother's a queen. Betty's a lady and wears a gold ring, and Johnny's a drummer and drums for the king. Bye, baby bunting, Daddy's gone a-hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap his baby bunting in. Hush thee, my babby, lie still with thy daddy, thy mammy has gone to the mill, to grind thee some wheat, to make thee some meat, and so, my dear babby, lie still. Sleep, baby, sleep, thy father watches the sheep, thy mother is shaking the dreamland tree, and down falls a little dream on thee. Sleep, baby, sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep. The large stars are the sheep, the wee stars are the lambs, I guess, the fair moon is the shepherdess. Sleep, baby, sleep. This little pig went to market, this little pig stayed at home. This little pig had roast beef, this little pig had none. This little pig said, "Wee, wee, I can't find my way home." Brow bender, eye peeper, nose smeller, mouth eater, chin chopper, knock at the door, peep in, lift up the latch, walk in. Eye winker, Tom tinker, nose smeller, mouth eater, chin chopper, chin chopper. Here sits the Lord Mayor, here sit his 2 men, here sits the cock, and here sits the hen. Here sit the chickens, and here they go in, chippety, 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 chin. Pat a cake, baker's man, so I do, master, as fast as I can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with tea, put it in the oven for Tommy and me. Pat it, kiss it, stroke it, bless it. 3 days sunshine, 3 days rain, little hand all well again. Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, marry, have I 3 bags full. 1 for my master, 1 for my dame, and 1 for the little boy who lives in the lane. Pussy cat, where have you been? I've been to London to look at the Queen. Pussy cat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under her chair. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross, to see an old lady upon a white horse. Rings on her fingers and bells on her toes. She shall have music wherever she goes. Bobby Shafto's gone to sea, silver buckles on his knee. He'll come back and marry me, pretty Bobby Shafto. Bobby Shafto's fat and fair, combing down his yellow hair. He's my love for evermore, pretty Bobby Shafto. Tom he was a piper's son, he learned to play when he was young, and all the tune that he could play was over the hills and far away, over the hills and a great way off. The wind will blow my topknot off. Now Tom with his pipe made such a noise that he well pleased both the girls and boys, and they always stopped to hear him play over the hills and far away. Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Thy house is on fire, thy children all gone, all but one whose name is Anne, and she crept under the pudding pan. The north wind doth blow, and we shall have snow, and what will the robin do then, poor thing? He'll sit in a barn and keep himself warm, and hide his head under his wing, poor thing. I had a little pony, his name was Dapple Grey. I lent him to a lady to ride a mile away. She whipped him, she lashed him, she rode him through the mire. I would not lend my pony now for all the ladies' hire. I had a little doggy that used to sit and beg, but doggy tumbled down the stairs and broke his little leg. Oh, doggy, I will nurse you and try to make you well, and you shall have a collar with a little silver bell. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your ware. Says the pieman to Simple Simon, show me first your penny. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, indeed I have not any. Simple Simon went a-fishing for to catch a whale, but all the water he could find was in his mother's pail. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Up Jack got and home did trot as fast as he could caper, went to bed to mend his head with vinegar and brown paper. Jill came in and she did grin to see his paper plaster. Mother vexed did whip her next for causing Jack's disaster. Little boy blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Where's the boy that looks after the sheep? He's under the haycock fast asleep. Old Mother Goose, when she wanted to wander, would ride through the air on a very fine gander. Mother Goose had a house, 'twas built in a wood, where an owl at the door for sentinel stood. She had a son Jack, a plain-looking lad, he was not very good, nor yet very bad. She sent him to market, a live goose he bought. "Here, mother," says he, "it will not go for nought." Jack's goose and her gander grew very fond, they'd both eat together, or swim in one pond. Jack found one morning, as I have been told, his goose had laid him an egg of pure gold. Jack rode to his mother, the news for to tell. She called him a good boy, and said it was well. Goosey, goosey, gander, where shall I wander? Upstairs, downstairs, and in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man who would not say his prayers. I took him by the left leg and threw him downstairs. I'll tell you a story about Mary Morey, and now my story's begun. I'll tell you another about her brother, and now my story's done. 3 wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl. If the bowl had been stronger, my song had been longer. There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence upon a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat that caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. There was a man in our town, and he was wondrous wise. He jumped into a bramble bush and scratched out both his eyes. But when he saw his eyes were out, with all his might and main, he jumped into another bush and scratched 'em in again. Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, while the dish ran away with the spoon. Hickory, dickory, dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, the mouse ran down, hickory, dickory, dock. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children she didn't know what to do. She gave them some broth without any bread. She whipped them all soundly and put them to bed. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and whey. There came a great spider and sat down beside her, and frightened Miss Muffet away. If all the seas were one sea, what a great sea that would be! And if all the trees were one tree, what a great tree that would be! And if all the axes were one axe, what a great axe that would be! And if all the men were one man, what a great man he would be! And if the great man took the great axe and cut down the great tree and let it fall into the great sea, what a splish-splash that would be! There was an old man, and he had a calf, and that's half. He took him out of the stall and tied him to the wall, and that's all. The man in the wilderness asked me how many strawberries grew in the sea. I answered him as I thought good, as many as red herrings grew in the wood. If all the world were apple pie, and all the sea were ink, and all the trees were bread and cheese, what should we have for drink? I saw a ship a-sailing on the sea, and it was full of pretty things for baby and for me. There were sweetmeats in the cabin, and apples in the hold. The sails were made of silk, and the masts were made of gold. The 24 sailors that stood between the decks were 24 white mice with chains about their necks. The captain was a duck, with a packet on his back, and when the ship began to move, the captain cried, "Quack, quack!" My dear, do you know how a long time ago 2 poor little children, whose names I don't know, were stolen away on a fine summer's day, and left in a wood, as I've heard people say? And when it was night, so sad was their plight, the sun it went down, and the moon gave no light. They sobbed and they sighed, and they bitterly cried, and the poor little things, they lay down and died. And when they were dead, the robins so red brought strawberry leaves and over them spread, and all the day long they sung them this song: "Poor babes in the wood, poor babes in the wood, oh, don't you remember the babes in the wood?" The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole the tarts, and took them clean away. The King of Hearts called for the tarts, and beat the Knave full sore. The Knave of Hearts brought back the tarts, and vowed he'd steal no more. I had a little husband, no bigger than my thumb. I put him in a pint pot, and there I bade him drum. I bought a little horse that galloped up and down. I bridled him and saddled, and sent him out of town. I gave him little garters to garter up his hose, and a little handkerchief to wipe his little nose. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Was not that a dainty dish to set before the king? The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when up came a blackbird and nipped off her nose. Little Bo Peep, she's lost her sheep, and can't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home and bring their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep, and dreamed she heard them bleating. When she awoke, she found it a joke, for they still were all fleeting. Then up she took her little crook, determined for to find them. She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed, for they'd left their tails behind them. It happened one day, as Bo Peep did stray unto a meadow hard by, there she espied their tails side by side, all hung on a tree to dry. She heaved a sigh and wiped her eye, and over the hillocks she raced, and tried what she could, as a shepherdess should, that each tail should be properly placed. What a little boy's made of, made of, what a little boy's made of. Snips and snails and puppy dogs' tails, and that's what little boys are made of, made of. What a little girl's made of, made of, what a little girl's made of. Sugar and spice and all that's nice, and that's what little girls are made of, made of. A farmer went trotting upon his grey mare, bumpety, bumpety, bump, with his daughter behind him so rosy and fair, lumpety, lumpety, lump. A raven cried croak, and they all tumbled down, bumpety, bumpety, bump. The mare broke her knees, and the farmer his crown, lumpety, lumpety, lump. The mischievous raven flew laughing away, bumpety, bumpety, bump, and vowed he would serve them the same the next day, bumpety, bumpety, bump. This is the way the ladies ride, saddle aside, saddle aside. This is the way the gentlemen ride, sitting astride, sitting astride. This is the way the grandmothers ride, bundled and tied, bundled and tied. This is the way the babykins ride, snuggled inside, snuggled inside. What does little birdie say? What does little birdie say in her nest at peep of day? Let me fly, says little birdie, mother, let me fly away. Birdie, rest a little longer, till the little wings are stronger. So she rests a little longer, then she flies away. What does little baby say in her bed at peep of day? Baby says like little birdie, let me rise and fly away. Baby, sleep a little longer, till the little limbs are stronger. If she sleeps a little longer, baby too shall fly away. Alfred Lord Tennyson. Good night. Little baby, lay your head on your pretty cradle bed. Shut your eye peeps, now the day and the light are gone away. All the clothes are tucked in tight. Little baby dear, good night. Yes, my darling, well I know how the bitter wind doth blow, and the winter's snow and rain patter on the window pane, but they cannot come in here to my little baby dear. For the window shutteth fast till the stormy night is past, and the curtains warm are spread round about her cradle bed. So till morning shineth bright, little baby dear, good night. Jane Taylor. Sweet and low. Sweet and low, sweet and low, wind of the western sea, low, low, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea. Over the rolling waters go, come from the dying moon, and blow, blow him again to me, while my little one, while my pretty one, sleeps. Sleep and rest, sleep and rest, father will come to thee soon. Rest, rest on mother's breast, father will come to thee soon. Father will come to his babe in the nest, silver sails all out of the west, under the silver moon. Sleep, my little one, sleep, my pretty one, sleep. Alfred Lord Tennyson. Babyland. Which is the way to Babyland? Anyone can tell. Up one flight, to your right, please to ring the bell. What can you see in Babyland? Little folks in white, downy heads, cradle beds, faces pure and bright. What do they do in Babyland? Dream and wake and play, laugh and crow, shout and grow, jolly times have they. What do they say in Babyland? Why, the oddest things. Might as well try to tell what a birdie sings. Who is the queen of Babyland? Mother, kind and sweet, and her love, born above, guides the little feet. George Cooper. Old Mother Hubbard, she went to the cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. She went to the baker's to buy him some bread, but when she came back, the poor dog was dead. She went to the undertaker's to buy him a coffin, and when she came back, the dog was laughing. She went to the draper's to buy him some linen, and when she came back, the good dog was spinning. She went to the hosier's to buy him some hose, and when she came back, he was dressed in his clothes. The dame made a curtsy, the dog made a bow. The dame said, "Your servant." The dog said, "Bow, wow." She went to the hatter's to buy him a hat, and when she came back, he was feeding the cat. She went to the tailor's to buy him a coat, and when she came back, he was riding the goat. She went to the barber's to buy him a wig, and when she came back, he was dancing a jig. She went to the butcher's to get him some tripe, and when she came back he was smoking a pipe. She went to the fish shop to buy him some fish, and when she came back he was washing the dish. She went to the tavern for white wine and red, and when she came back the dog stood on his head. As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Every wife had 7 sacks, every sack had 7 cats, every cat had 7 kits. Kits, cats, sacks, and wives, how many were going to St. Ives? Polly. Brown eyes, straight nose, dirt pies, rumpled clothes, torn books, spoilt toys, arch looks unlike a boy's, little rages, obvious arts, 3 her ages, cakes, tarts, falling down off chairs, breaking crown downstairs, catching flies on the pane, deep sighs, cause not plain, bribing you with kisses for a few farthing blisses, wide awake as you hear, mercy's sake, quiet, dear, new shoes, new frock, vague views of what's o'clock when it's time to go to bed, and scorn sublime for what is said, folded hands saying prayers, understands not nor cares, thinks it odd, smiles away, yet may God hear her pray. Bedgown white, kiss Dolly, good night, that's Polly, fast asleep as you see, heaven keep my girl for me. William Brighty Rands. Cradle Hymn. Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber, holy angels guard thy bed, heavenly blessings without number gently falling on thy head. Sleep, my babe, thy food and raiment, house and home thy friends provide, all without thy care or payment, all thy wants are well supplied. How much better thou'rt attended than the Son of God could be, when from heaven he descended and became a child like thee. Soft and easy is thy cradle, coarse and hard thy Saviour lay, when his birthplace was a stable, and his softest bed was hay. See the kindly shepherds round him, telling wonders from the sky. When they sought him, there they found him, with his Virgin Mother by. See the lovely babe addressing, lovely infant, how he smiled! When he wept, the mother's blessing soothed and hushed the holy child. Lo, he slumbers in his manger, where the honest oxen fed. Peace, my darling, here's no danger, here's no ox anear thy bed. Mayst thou live to know and fear him, trust and love him all thy days, then go dwell for ever near him, see his face and sing his praise. I could give thee 1,000 kisses, hoping what I most desire. Not a mother's fondest wishes can to greater joys aspire. Isaac Watts. I like little pussy. I like little pussy, her coat is so warm, and if I don't hurt her, she'll do me no harm. So I'll not pull her tail, nor drive her away, but pussy and I very gently will play. She shall sit by my side, and I'll give her some food, and she'll love me because I am gentle and good. I'll pat little pussy, and then she will purr, and thus show her thanks for my kindness to her. I'll not pinch her ears, nor tread on her paw, lest I should provoke her to use her sharp claw. I never will vex her, nor make her displeased, for pussy can't bear to be worried or teased. Jane Taylor. The Gravel Path. Baby mustn't frown when she tumbles down. If the wind should change, ah me! What a face her face would be! Rub away the dirt, say she wasn't hurt. What a world 'twould be, oh my! If all who fell began to cry. Lawrence Alma Tadema. Little Robin Redbreast sat upon a tree. Up went Pussy-cat, and down went he. Down came Pussy-cat, and away Robin ran. Said little Robin Redbreast, "Catch me if you can." Little Robin Redbreast jumped upon a wall. Pussy-cat jumped after him, and almost got a fall. Little Robin chirped and sang, and what did Pussy say? Pussy-cat said nought but mew, and Robin flew away. Sleep, my treasure. Sleep, sleep, my treasure. The long day's pleasure has tired the birds, to their nests they creep. The garden still is alight with lilies, but all the daisies are fast asleep. Sleep, sleep, my darling. Dawn wakes the starling. The sparrow stirs when he sees day break, but all the meadow is wrapped in shadow, and you must sleep till the daisies wake. E. Nesbit. Lullaby of an Infant Chief. Oh, hush thee, my baby, thy sire was a knight, thy mother a lady both lovely and bright. The woods and the glens from the tower which we see, they all are belonging, dear baby, to thee. Oh, fear not the bugle, though loudly it blows, it calls but the warders that guard thy repose. Their bows would be bended, their blades would be red, ere the step of a foeman draws near to thy bed. Oh, hush thee, my baby, the time will soon come when thy sleep shall be broken by trumpet and drum. Then hush thee, my darling, take rest while you may, for strife comes with manhood, and waking with day. Sir Walter Scott. The Orphan's Song. I had a little bird, I took it from the nest, I pressed it and blessed it, and nursed it in my breast. I set it on the ground, danced round and round, and sang about it so cheerly, with hey, my little bird, and ho, my little bird, and oh, but I love thee dearly. I make a little feast of food soft and sweet, I hold it in my breast, and coax it to eat. I pit and I pat, I call this and that, and I sing about so cheerly, with hey, my little bird, and ho, my little bird, and oh, but I love thee dearly. Sydney Dobell. The Death and Burial of Cock Robin. Who killed Cock Robin? I, said the sparrow, with my bow and arrow I killed Cock Robin. Who saw him die? I, said the fly, with my little eye I saw him die. Who caught his blood? I, said the fish, with my little dish I caught his blood. Who'll make his shroud? I, said the beetle, with my thread and needle I'll make his shroud. Who'll bear the torch? I, said the linnet, I'll come in a minute, I'll bear the torch. Who'll be the clerk? I, said the lark, I'll say amen in the dark, I'll be the clerk. Who'll dig his grave? I, said the owl, with my spade and trowel I'll dig his grave. Who'll be the parson? I, said the rook, with my little book I'll be the parson. Who'll be chief mourner? I, said the dove, I mourn for my love, I'll be chief mourner. Who'll sing his dirge? I, said the thrush, as I sing in a bush, I'll sing his dirge. Do you know how many stars? Do you know how many stars there are shining in the skies? Do you know how many clouds every day go floating by? God in heaven has counted all, He would miss one should it fall. Do you know how many children go to little beds at night, and without a care or sorrow wake up in the morning light? God in heaven each name can tell, loves you too, and loves you well. Where do all the daisies go? Where do all the daisies go? I know, I know. Underneath the snow they creep, nod their little heads and sleep. In the springtime out they peep, that is where they go. Where do all the birdies go? I know, I know. Far away from winter snow, to the fair warm south they go. There they stay till daisies blow, that is where they go. Where do all the babies go? I know, I know. In the glancing firelight warm, safely sheltered from all harm, soft they lie on mother's arm, that is where they go. Unknown. Cock crows in the morn to tell us to rise, and he who lies late will never be wise. For early to bed and early to rise is the way to be healthy and wealthy and wise. The house that Jack built. This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn that waked the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer sowing his corn that kept the cock that crowed in the morn that waked the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Tree on the hill. On yonder hill there stands a tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. And on the tree there was a branch, branch on the tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. And on the branch there was a nest, nest on the branch, branch on the tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. And in the nest there was an egg, egg in the nest, nest on the branch, branch on the tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. And in the egg there was a bird, bird in the egg, egg in the nest, nest on the branch, branch on the tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. And on the bird there was a feather, feather on the bird, bird in the egg, egg in the nest, nest on the branch, branch on the tree, tree on the hill, and the hill stood still. A little boy's pocket. Do you know what's in my pottet? such a lot of treasures in it. Listen now while I begin it. Such a lot of things it holds, and everything that's in my pottet, and when and where and how I dot it. First of all, here's in my pottet a beauty shell, I pitted it up. And here's the handle of a tup that somebody has broke at tea. The shell's a hole in it, you see. Nobody knows that I dot it. I keep it safe here in my pottet. And here's my ball too in my pottet, and here's my pennies 1, 2, 3 that Auntie Mary gave to me. Tomorrow day I'll buy a spade while I'm out walking with the maid. I can't put that in here, my pottet, but I can use it when I've dot it. Here's some more things in my pottet. Here's my lead, and here's my string, and once I had an iron ring, but through a hole it lost one day. And this is what I always say, a hole's the worst thing in a pottet. Be sure and mend it when you've dot it.
Unknown. End of section 1. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Section 2 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 2. The 3 Bears. Little Goldilocks was a pretty girl who lived once upon a time in a far-off country. One day she was sitting on the hearth-rug playing with her 2 kittens, and you would have thought she was as happy as a queen, and quite contented to stay where she was, instead of wanting to run about the world meddling with other people's property. But it happened that she was rather a mischievous little maid, and could not resist teasing her pets, so one of them scratched her, and then she would play with them no longer. She got up and trotted away into the wood behind her mother's house, and it was such a warm, pleasant day that she wandered on and on until she came into a part of the wood where she had never been before. Now, in this wood there lived a family of 3 bears. The first was a great big bear. The second was a middling-sized bear, and the third was a little teeny tiny bear. And they all lived together in a funny little house, and very happy they were. Goldilocks stopped when she came to the bear's house, and began to wonder who lived there. "I'll just look in and see," she said, and so she did. But there was no one there, for the bears had all gone out for a morning walk, whilst the soup they were going to have for dinner cooled upon the table. Goldilocks was rather hungry after her walk, and the soup smelt so good that she began to wish the people of the house would come home and invite her to have some. But although she looked everywhere, under the table and into the cupboards, she could find no one, and at last she could resist no longer, but made up her mind to take just a little sip to see how the soup tasted. The soup had been put into 3 bowls, a great big bowl for the great big bear, a middling-sized bowl for the middling-sized bear, and a teeny tiny bowl for the teeny tiny bear. Beside each bowl lay a spoon, and Goldilocks took one and helped herself to a spoonful of soup from the great big bowl. Ugh! How it burnt her mouth! It was so hot with pepper that she did not like it at all. Still, she was very hungry, so she thought she would try again. This time she took a sip of the middling-sized bear's soup, but she liked that no better, for it was too salt. But when she tasted the teeny tiny bear's soup, it was just as she liked it, so she ate it up, every drop, without thinking twice about it. When she had finished her dinner, she noticed 3 chairs standing by the wall. One was a great big chair, and she climbed upon that and sat down. Oh dear, how hard it was! She was sure she could not sit there for long. So she climbed up on the next, which was only a middling-sized chair, but that was too soft for her taste. So she went on to the last, which was a teeny-tiny chair, and suited her exactly. It was so comfortable that she sat on and on until, if you'll believe it, she actually sat the bottom out. Then, of course, she was comfortable no longer, so she got up and began to wonder what she should do next. There was a staircase in the bear's house, and Goldilocks thought she would go up it and see where it led to. So up she went, and when she reached the top, she laughed outright, for the bear's bedroom was the funniest she had ever seen. In the middle of the room stood a great big bed. On one side of it there was a middling-sized bed, and on the other side there was a teeny-tiny bed. Goldilocks was sleepy, so she thought she would lie down and have a little nap. First she got upon the great big bed, but it was just as hard as the great big chair had been, so she jumped off and tried the middling-sized bed, but it was so soft that she sank right down into the feather cushions and was nearly smothered. "I will try the teeny-tiny bed," she said. And so she did, and it was so comfortable that she soon fell fast asleep. Whilst she lay there dreaming of all sorts of pleasant things, the 3 bears came home from their walk, very hungry and quite ready for their dinners. But, oh dear me, how cross the great big bear looked when he saw his spoon had been used and thrown under the table. "Who has been tasting my soup?" he cried in a great big voice. "And who has been tasting mine?" cried the middling-sized bear in a middling-sized voice. "But who has been tasting mine and tasted it all up?" cried the poor little teeny-tiny bear in a teeny-tiny voice, with the tears running down his teeny-tiny face. When the great big bear went to sit down in his great big chair, he cried out in his great big voice, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" And the middling-sized bear cried in a middling-sized voice, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" But the teeny-tiny bear cried out in a teeny-tiny voice of anger, "Who has been sitting on my chair and sat the bottom out?" By this time the bears were sure that someone had been in their house quite lately, so they looked about to see if someone were not there still. There was certainly no one downstairs, so they went up the staircase to their bedroom. As soon as the great big bear looked at his bed, he cried out in his great big voice, "Who has been lying on my bed?" And the middling-sized bear, seeing that the coverlet was all rumpled, cried out in a middling-sized voice, "Who has been lying on my bed?" But the teeny-tiny bear cried out in a teeny-tiny voice of astonishment, "Who has been lying on my bed and lies there still?" Now, when the great big bear began to speak, Goldilocks dreamt that there was a bee buzzing in the room, and when the middling-sized bear began to speak, she dreamt that it was flying out of the window. But when the teeny-tiny bear began to speak, she dreamt that the bee had come back and stung her on the ear, and up she jumped. Oh, how frightened she was when she saw the 3 bears standing beside her. She hopped out of bed, and in a second was out through the open window. Never stopping to wonder if the fall had hurt her, she got up and ran and ran and ran until she could go no farther, always thinking that the bears were close behind her. And when at length she fell down in a heap on the ground, because she was too tired to run any more, it was her own mother who picked her up, because in her fright she had run straight home without knowing it. End of section 2. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Section 3 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 3. Cinderella. Once upon a time there lived a noble gentleman who had one dear little daughter. Poor child, her own kind mother was dead, and her father, who loved her very dearly, was afraid that his little girl was sometimes lonely. So he married a grand lady who had 2 daughters of her own, and who, he thought, would be kind and good to his little one. But no sooner did the stepmother enter her new home than she began to show her true character. Her stepdaughter was so much prettier and sweeter than her own children that she was jealous of her, and gave her all the hard work of the house to do, whilst the 2 proud sisters spent their time at pleasant parties and entertainments. The only pleasure the poor child had was to spend her evenings sitting in the chimney corner, resting her weary limbs, and for this reason her sisters mockingly nicknamed her Cinderella. The sisters' fine clothes made Cinderella feel very shabby, but in her little torn frock and ragged shoes she was 1,000 times more lovely than they. Now it chanced that the king's son gave a grand ball, to which he invited all the lords and ladies in the country, and amongst the rest Cinderella's 2 sisters were asked. How pleased and excited they were when the invitation arrived! For days they could talk of nothing but the clothes they should wear and the grand folk they hoped to meet. When at last the great day arrived, Cinderella was kept running about from early till late, decking the sisters and dressing their hair. "Don't you wish you were going to the ball?" said one of them. "Indeed I do," sighed the poor little maid. The sisters burst out laughing. "A pretty spectacle you would be," they said rudely. "Go back to your cinders, they are fit company for rags." Then stepping carefully into their carriage so that they might not crush their fine clothes, they drove away to the ball. Cinderella went back to her chimney corner and tried not to feel envious, but the tears would gather in the pretty eyes and trickle down the sorrowful little face. "What are you crying for, child?" cried a silvery voice. Cinderella started and raised her eyes. Who could it be? Then in a moment she knew. It was her fairy godmother. "I do so want—" began Cinderella, then her sobs stopped her. "To go to the ball," finished the godmother. Cinderella nodded. "Well, leave off crying, be a good girl, and you shall go. Run quickly into the garden and bring the largest pumpkin you can find." Cinderella could not imagine how a pumpkin could help her go to the ball, but her only thought was to obey her godmother. In a few moments she was back again with a splendid pumpkin. Her godmother scooped out the inside, one touch of the wand, and the pumpkin was a golden coach lined with white satin. "Now, godchild, quick, the mouse-trap from the pantry." "Here it is, godmother," said Cinderella breathlessly. One by one 6 fat, sleek mice passed through the trapdoor. As each appeared, a touch of the wand transformed it into a cream-coloured horse, fit for a queen. "Now, Cinderella, can you find a coachman?" "There is a large grey rat in the rat-trap. Would he do, godmother?" "Run and fetch him, child, and then I can judge." So Cinderella ran to fetch the rat, and her godmother said he was just made for a coachman, and I think you would have agreed with her had you seen him a moment later, with his powdered wig and silk stockings. 6 lizards from behind the pumpkin frame became 6 footmen in splendid liveries. You would have thought they had been footmen all their lives. Cinderella was so excited that she could scarcely speak. "Oh, godmother," she cried, "it is all so lovely!" Then suddenly she thought of her shabby frock. "There is my white muslin," she said wistfully. Do you think—" But before Cinderella could realize what was happening, her godmother's wand tapped her lightly on the shoulder, and in place of the shabby frock there was a gleam of satin, silver, and pearls. Ah, who can describe a robe made by the fairies? It was white as snow and as dazzling. Round the hem hung a fringe of diamonds, sparkling like dewdrops in the sunshine. The lace about the throat and arms could only have been spun by fairy spiders. Surely it was a dream. Cinderella put her daintily gloved hand to her throat and softly touched the pearls that encircled her neck. "Come, child," said the godmother, "or you will be late." As Cinderella moved, the firelight shone upon her dainty shoes. "They are of diamonds," she said. "No," answered her godmother, smiling. "They are better than that. They are of glass, made by the fairies. And now, child, go and enjoy yourself to your heart's content. Only remember, if you stay at the palace one instant after midnight, your coach and servants will vanish, and you will be the little grey Cinderella once more." A few moments later the coach dashed into the royal courtyard, the door was flung open, and Cinderella alighted. As she walked slowly up the richly carpeted staircase, there was a murmur of admiration, and the king's son hastened to meet her. "Never," said he to himself, "have I seen anyone so lovely." He led her into the ballroom, where the king, who was much taken with her sweet face and pretty modest manners, whispered to the queen that she must surely be a foreign princess. The evening passed away in a dream of delight, Cinderella dancing with no one but the handsome young prince, and being waited on by his own hands at supper time. The two sisters could not recognize their ragged little sister in the beautiful and graceful lady to whom the prince paid so much attention, and felt quite pleased and flattered when she addressed a few words to them. Presently a clock chimed the 11:15, and remembering her godmother's warning, Cinderella at once took leave of the prince, and jumping into her coach was driven rapidly home. Here she found her godmother waiting to hear all about the ball. "It was lovely," said Cinderella, "and oh, godmother, there is to be another tomorrow night, and I should so much like to go to it." "Then you shall," replied the kind fairy, and kissing her godchild tenderly, she vanished. When the sisters returned from the ball, they found a sleepy little maiden sitting in the chimney corner waiting for them. "How late you are!" cried Cinderella, yawning. "Are you not very tired?" "Not in the least," they answered, and then they told her what a delightful ball it had been, and how the loveliest princess in the world had been there, and had spoken to them, and admired their pretty dresses. "Who was she?" asked Cinderella slyly. "That we cannot say," answered the sisters. "She would not tell her name, though the prince begged her to do so on bended knee." "Dear sister," said Cinderella, "I too should like to see the beautiful princess. Will you not lend me your old yellow gown, that I may go to the ball tomorrow with you?" "What!" cried her sister angrily. "Lend one of my dresses to a little cinder maid? Don't talk nonsense, child." The next night the sisters were more particular than ever about their attire, but at last they were dressed, and as soon as their carriage had driven away, the godmother appeared. Once more she touched her godchild with her wand, and in a moment she was arrayed in a beautiful dress that seemed as though it had been woven of moonbeams and sunshine, so radiantly did it gleam and shimmer. She put her arms around her godmother's neck and kissed and thanked her. "Good-bye, childie, enjoy yourself, but whatever you do, remember to leave the ball before the clock strikes 12, the godmother said, and Cinderella promised. But the hours flew by so happily and so swiftly that Cinderella forgot her promise until she happened to look at a clock and saw that it was on the stroke of 12. With a cry of alarm she fled from the room, dropping, in her haste, one of the little glass slippers, but with the sound of the clock strokes in her ears she dared not wait to pick it up. The prince hurried after her in alarm, but when he reached the entrance hall the beautiful princess had vanished, and there was no one to be seen but a forlorn little beggar maid creeping away into the darkness. Poor little Cinderella! She hurried home through the dark streets, weary and overwhelmed with shame. The fire was out when she reached her home, and there was no godmother waiting to receive her, but she sat down in the chimney corner to wait her sisters' return. When they came in they could speak of nothing but the wonderful things that had happened at the ball. The beautiful princess had been there again, they said, but had disappeared just as the clock struck 12, and though the prince had searched everywhere for her, he had been unable to find her. He was quite beside himself with grief, said the elder sister, for there is no doubt he hoped to make her his bride. Cinderella listened in silence to all they had to say, and slipping her hand into her pocket, felt that the one remaining glass slipper was safe, for it was the only thing of all her grand apparel that remained to her. On the following morning there was a great noise of trumpets and drums, and a procession passed through the town, at the head of which rode the king's son. Behind him came a herald bearing a velvet cushion, upon which rested a little glass slipper. The herald blew a blast upon the trumpet, and then read a proclamation, saying that the king's son would wed any lady in the land who could fit the slipper upon her foot, if she could produce another to match it. Of course the sisters tried to squeeze their feet into the slipper, but it was of no use, they were much too large. Then Cinderella shyly begged that she might try. How the sisters laughed with scorn when the prince knelt to fit the slipper on the cinder maid's foot, but what was their surprise when it slipped on with the greatest ease, and the next moment Cinderella produced the other from her pocket. Once more she stood in the slippers, and once more the sisters saw before them the lovely princess who was to be the prince's bride. For at the touch of the magic shoes the little grey frock disappeared for ever, and in place of it she wore the beautiful robe the fairy godmother had given to her. The sisters hung their heads with sorrow and vexation, but kind little Cinderella put her arms around their necks, kissed them, and forgave them for all their unkindness, so that they could not help but love her. The prince could not bear to part from his little love again, so he carried her back to the palace in his grand coach, and they were married that very day. Cinderella's stepsisters were present at the feast, but in the place of honour sat the fairy godmother. So the poor little Cinder maid married the prince, and in time they came to be king and queen, and lived happily ever after. End of section 3. Section 4 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 4. The Three Brothers. There was once a man who had 3 sons, but no fortune except the house he lived in. Now each of them wanted to have the house after his death, but their father was just as fond of one as of the other, and did not know how to treat them all fairly. He did not want to sell the house, because it had belonged to his forefathers, or he might have divided the money between them. At last an idea came into his head, and he said to his sons, "Go out into the world, and each learn a trade, and when you come home, the one who makes best use of his handicraft shall have the house." The sons were quite content with this plan, and the eldest decided to be a farrier, the second a barber, and the third a fencing master. They fixed a time when they would all meet at home again, and then they set off. It so happened that they each found a clever master with whom they learned their business thoroughly. The farrier shod the king's horses, and he thought, "I shall certainly be the one to have the house." The barber shaved nobody but grand gentlemen, so he thought it would fall to him. The fencing master got many blows, but he set his teeth and would not let himself be put out, because he thought, "If I am afraid of a blow, I shall never get the house." Now when the given time had passed, they all went home together to their father, but they did not know how to get a good opportunity of showing off their powers, and sat down to discuss the matter. Suddenly a hare came running over the field. "Ah!" cried the barber, "she comes just in the nick of time." He took up his bowl and his soap, and got his lather by the time the hare came quite close. Then he soaped her and shaved her as she raced along, without giving her a cut or missing a single hair. His father, astonished, said, "If the others don't look out, the house will be yours." Before long a gentleman came along in his carriage at full gallop. "Now, father, you shall see what I can do," said the farrier, and he ran after the carriage and tore the 4 shoes off the horse as he galloped along, then without stopping a second shod him with the new ones. "You are a fine fellow indeed," said his father. "You know your business as well as your brother. I don't know which I shall give the house to at this rate." Then the third one said, "Let me have a chance too, father." As it was beginning to rain, he drew his sword and swirled it round and round his head, so that not a drop fell on him. Even when the rain grew heavier, so heavy that it seemed as if it were being poured from the sky out of buckets, he swung the sword faster and faster, and remained as dry as if he had been under a roof. His father was amazed, and said, "You have done the best. The house is yours." Both the other brothers were quite satisfied with this decision, and as they were all so devoted to one another, they lived together in the house, and carried on their trades, by which they made plenty of money, since they were so perfect in them. They lived happily together to a good old age, and when one fell ill and died, the others grieved so much over him that they pined away, and soon after departed this life. Then, as they had been so fond of one another, they were all buried in one grave. End of section 4. Section 5 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 5. The Wren and the Bear. One summer's day, the bear and the wolf were walking in the forest, and the bear heard a bird singing very sweetly, and said, "Brother Wolf, what kind of bird is that which is singing so delightfully?" "That is the king of the birds, before whom we must do reverence," replied the wolf, but it was only the wren. "If that be so," said the bear, "I should like to see his royal palace. Come, lead me to it." "That cannot be as you like," replied the wolf. "You must wait till the queen returns." Soon afterward the Queen arrived with some food in her bill, and the King too, to feed their young ones, and the bear would have gone off to see them, but the wolf, pulling his ear, said, "No, you must wait till the Queen and the King are both off again." So, after observing well the situation of the nest, the two tramped off, but the bear had no rest, for he wished still to see the royal palace, and after a short delay he set off to it again. He found the King and Queen absent, and peeping into the nest, he saw 5 or 6 young birds lying in it. "Is this the royal palace?" exclaimed the bear. "This miserable place? You are no king's children, but wretched young vagabonds." "No, no, that we are not," burst out the little wrens together in great passion, for to them this speech was addressed. "No, no, we are born of honourable parents, and you, Mr. Bear, shall make your words good." At this speech the bear and the wolf were much frightened and ran back to their holes, but the little wrens kept up an unceasing clamour till their parents' return. As soon as they came back with food in their mouths, the little birds began, "We will none of us touch a fly's leg, but will starve rather, until you decide whether we are fine and handsome children or not, for the bear has been here and insulted us." "Be quiet," replied the King, "and that shall soon be settled." And thereupon he flew with his Queen to the residence of the bear, and called to him from the entrance, "Old grumbler, why have you insulted my children? That shall cost you dear, for we will decide the matter by a pitched battle." War having thus been declared against the bear, all the 4-footed beasts were summoned, the ox, the ass, the cow, the goat, the stag, and every animal on the face of the earth. The wren, on the other hand, summoned every flying thing, not only the birds great and small, but also the gnat, the hornet, the bee, and the flies. When the time arrived for the commencement of the war, the Wren King sent out spies to see who was appointed commander-in-chief of the enemy. The gnat was the most cunning of all the army, and he therefore buzzed away into the forest where the enemy was encamped, and alighted on a leaf of the tree beneath which the watchword was given out. There stood the bear, and called the fox to him and said, "You are the most crafty of animals, so you must be general and lead us on." "Well," said the fox, "but what sign shall we appoint?" Nobody answered. Then the fox said, "I have a fine long bushy tail, which looks like a red feather at a distance. If I hold this tail straight up, all is going well, and you must march after me, but if I suffer it to hang down, run away as fast as you can." As soon as the gnat heard all this, she flew home and told the Wren King everything to a hair. When the day arrived for the battle to begin, the 4-footed beasts all came running along to the field, shaking the earth with their roaring and bellowing. The Wren King also came with his army, whirring and buzzing and humming enough to terrify anyone out of his senses. Then the Wren King sent the hornet forward to settle upon the fox's tail and sting it with all his power. As soon as the fox felt the first sting, he drew up his hind leg with the pain, still carrying, however, his tail as high in the air as before. At the second sting he was obliged to drop it a little bit, but at the third he could no longer bear the pain, but was forced to drop his tail between his legs. As soon as the other beasts saw this, they thought all was lost, and began to run each one to his own hole, so the birds won the battle without difficulty. When all was over, the Wren King and his Queen flew home to their children and cried out, "Rejoice, rejoice, we have won the battle, now eat and drink as much as you please." The young wrens, however, said, "Still we will not eat till the bear has come to our nest and begged pardon, and admitted that we are fine and handsome children." So the Wren King flew back to the cave of the bear and called out, "Old grumbler, you must come to the nest and beg pardon of my children for calling them wretched young brats, else your ribs shall be crushed in your body." In great terror the bear crept out and begged pardon, and afterward the young wrens, being now made happy in their minds, settled down to eating and drinking, and I am afraid they were over-excited and kept up their merriment far too late. End of section 5. Section 6 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 6. Chicken Licken. As Chicken Licken was going one day to the wood, whack! An acorn fell from a tree onto his head. "Gracious goodness me," said Chicken Licken, "the sky must have fallen. I must go and tell the king." So Chicken Licken turned back and met Hen Len. "Well, Hen Len, where are you going?" said he. "I'm going to the wood," said she. "Oh, Hen Len, don't go," said he, "for as I was going the sky fell onto my head, and I'm going to tell the king." So Hen Len turned back with Chicken Licken and met Cock Lock. "I'm going to the wood," said he. Then Hen Len said, "Oh, Cock Lock, don't go, for I was going, and I met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen onto his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Cock Lock turned back, and they met Duck Luck. "Well, Duck Luck, where are you going?" And Duck Luck said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Cock Lock said, "Oh, Duck Luck, don't go, for I was going, and I met Hen Len, and Hen Len met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Duck Luck turned back and met Drake Lake. "Well, Drake Lake, where are you going?" And Drake Lake said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Duck Luck said, "Oh, Drake Lake, don't go, for I was going, and I met Cock Lock, and Cock Lock met Hen Len, and Hen Len met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Drake Lake turned back and met Goose Loose. "Well, Goose Loose, where are you going?" And Goose Loose said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Drake Lake said, "Oh, Goose Loose, don't go, for I was going, and I met Duck Luck, and Duck Luck met Cock Lock, and Cock Lock met Hen Len, and Hen Len met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Goose Loose turned back and met Gander Lander. "Well, Gander Lander, where are you going?" And Gander Lander said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Goose Loose said, "Oh, Gander Lander, don't go, for I was going, and I met Drake Lake, and Drake Lake met Duck Luck, and Duck Luck met Cock Lock, and Cock Lock met Hen Len, and Hen Len met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Gander Lander turned back and met Turkey Lurkey. "Well, Turkey Lurkey, where are you going?" And Turkey Lurkey said, "I'm going to the wood." Then Gander Lander said, "Oh, Turkey Lurkey, don't go, for I was going, and I met Goose Loose, and Goose Loose met Drake Lake, and Drake Lake met Duck Luck, and Duck Luck met Cock Lock, and Cock Lock met Hen Len, and Hen Len met Chicken Licken, and Chicken Licken had been at the wood, and the sky had fallen on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." So Turkey Lurkey turned back and walked with Gander Lander, Goose Loose, Drake Lake, Duck Luck, Cock Lock, Hen Len, and Chicken Licken. And as they were going along they met Fox Lox. And Fox Lox said, "Where are you going?" And they said, "Chicken Licken went to the wood, and the sky fell on to his head, and we are going to tell the king." And Fox Lox said, "Come along with me, and I will show you the way." But Fox Lox took them into the fox's hole, and he and his young ones soon ate up poor Chicken Licken, Hen Len, Cock Lock, Duck Luck, Drake Lake, Goose Loose, Gander Lander, and Turkey Lurkey, and they never saw the king to tell him that the sky had fallen. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 7. The Fox and the Cat. It happened once that the cat met Mr. Fox in the wood, and because she thought he was clever and experienced in all the ways of the world, she addressed him in a friendly manner. "Good morning, dear Mr. Fox. How are you, and how do you get along in these hard times?" The fox, full of pride, looked at the cat from head to foot for some time, hardly knowing whether he would deign to answer or not. At last he said, "Oh, you poor whisker wiper, you silly piebald, you starveling mouse hunter! What has come into your head? How dare you ask me how I am getting on? What sort of education have you had? How many arts are you master of?" "Only one," said the cat meekly. "And what might that one be?" asked the fox. "When the dogs run after me, I can jump into a tree and save myself." "Is that all?" said the fox. "I am master of 100 arts, and I have a sack full of cunning tricks in addition. But I pity you. Come with me, and I will teach you how to escape from the dogs." Just then a huntsman came along with 4 hounds. The cat sprang trembling into a tree, and crept stealthily up to the topmost branch, where she was entirely hidden by twigs and leaves. "Open your sack, Mr. Fox, open your sack!" cried the cat, but the dogs had gripped him and held him fast. "Oh, Mr. Fox," cried the cat, "you with your 100 arts and your sack full of tricks are held fast, while I, with my one, am safe. Had you been able to creep up here, you would not have lost your life." End of section 7.
Section 8 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 8, The Rats and Their Son-in-Law. There once lived in Japan a rat and his wife, folk of noble race, who had one beautiful daughter. They were exceedingly proud of her charms, and dreamed, as parents will, of the grand marriage she was sure to make in time. Proud of his pure rodent blood, the father saw no son-in-law more to be desired than a young rat of ancient lineage, whose attentions to his daughter were very marked. This match, however, brilliant as it was, seemed not to the mother's taste. Like many people who think themselves made out of special clay, she had a very poor opinion of her own kind, and was ambitious for an alliance with the highest circles. "To the stars" was her motto, she always said, and really, when one has a daughter of incomparable beauty, one may well hope for an equally incomparable son-in-law. "Address yourself to the sun at once, then," cried the impatient father one day. "There is nothing above him, surely." "Quite so, I had already thought of it," she answered; "and since you too are in sympathy with the idea, we will make our call to-morrow." So on the following morning the proud father and the haughty mother rat went together to present their lovely daughter to the orb of the day. "Lord Sun," said the mother, "let me present our only daughter, who is so beautiful that there is nothing like her in the whole world. Naturally we desire a son-in-law as wonderful as she, and, as you see, we have come to you first of all." "Really," said the Sun, "I am extremely flattered by your proposal, but you do me too much honor. There is some one greater than I. It is the cloud. Look, if you do not believe." And at that moment the cloud arrived, and with one waft of his folds extinguished the sun with all his golden rays. "Very well, let us speak to the cloud, then," said the mother rat, not in the least disconcerted. "Immensely honored, I am sure," replied the cloud in his turn; "but you are again mistaken. There is some one greater than I. It is the wind. You shall see." At the same moment along came the wind, and with one blow swept the cloud out of sight, after which, overturning father, mother, and daughter, he tumbled with them pell-mell at the foot of an old wall. "Quick, quick!" cried the mother rat, struggling to her feet, "and let us repeat our compliments to the wind." "You'd better address yourself to the wall," growled the wind roughly. "You see very well he is greater than I, for he stops me and makes me draw back." No sooner had she heard these words than Mother Rat faced about and presented her daughter to the wall. Ah, but now the fair rat maiden imitated the wind. She drew back also. He whom she really adored in her heart of hearts was the fascinating young rat who had paid his court to her so well. However, to please her mother, she had consented to wed the sun, in spite of his blinding rays, or the cloud, in spite of his sulky look, even the wind, in spite of his brusque manner. But an old broken wall? No, death would be better 1,000 times. Fortunately, the wall excused himself like all the rest. "Certainly," he said, "I can stop the wind. Who can sweep away the cloud? Who can cover up the sun? But there is some one greater than I. It is the rat, who can pass through my body, and can even, if he chooses, reduce me to powder with his teeth. Believe me, you need seek no better son-in-law. Greater than the rat there is nothing in the world." "Do you hear that, wife? Do you hear it?" cried Father Rat in triumph. "Didn't I always say so?" "Quite true, you always did," returned the mother rat in wonder, and suddenly glowed with pride in her ancient name and lineage. So they all three went home, very happy and contented, and on the morrow the lovely rat maiden married her faithful rat lover. Section 8.
Section 9 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 9. The Mouse and the Sausage. Once upon a time a little mouse and a little sausage, who loved each other like sisters, decided to live together, and made their arrangements in such a way that every day one would go to walk in the fields or make purchases in town, while the other remained at home to keep the house. One day, when the little sausage had prepared cabbage for dinner, the little mouse, who had come back from town with a fine appetite, enjoyed it so greatly that she exclaimed, "How delicious the cabbage is to-day, my dear!" "Ah," answered the little sausage, "that is because I popped myself into the pot while it was cooking." On the next day, as it was her turn to prepare the meals, the little mouse said to herself, "Now I will do as much for my friend as she did for me. We will have lentils for dinner, and I will jump into the pot while they are boiling." And she let the action follow the word, without reflecting that a simple sausage can do some things which are out of the reach of even the wisest mouse. When the sausage came home, she found the house lonely and silent. She called again and again, "My little mouse, mouse of my heart!" but no one answered. Then she went to look at the lentils boiling on the stove, and, alas! found within the pot her good little friend, who had perished at the post of duty. Poor Mousie, with the best intentions in the world, had stayed too long at her cookery, and when she desired to climb out of the pot, had no longer the strength to do so. And the poor sausage could never be consoled. That is why to-day, when you put one in the pan or on the gridiron, you will hear her weep and sigh, "My poor mouse! Ah, my poor mouse!" Section 9.
Section 10 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 10. Johnny and the Golden Goose. There once was a man who had 3 sons. Johnny, the youngest, was always looked upon as the simpleton of the family, and had very little consideration or kindness shown him. It happened one day that the eldest son was going out into the wood to cut fuel, and before he started, his mother gave him a slice of rich plum cake and a flask of wine, so that he might not suffer from hunger or thirst. Just as he reached the wood, he met a queer old man dressed in gray, who wished him good day, and begged for a piece of the young man's cake and a drink of wine. But the greedy youth replied, "If I were to give you cake and wine, I should not have enough left for myself, so be off with you, and leave me in peace." Then he pushed the little man rudely on one side and went his way. He soon came to a likely-looking tree, and began to hew it down, but he made a false stroke, and instead of striking the tree, he buried his axe in his own arm, and was obliged to hurry home as fast as he could to have the wound dressed. And this was what came of offending the little gray man. The following day the second son set out to the wood, and his mother treated him just as she had done her eldest son, gave him a slice of cake and a flask of wine in case he should feel hungry. The little gray man met him at the entrance to the wood, and begged for a share of his food, but the young man answered, "The more I give to you, the less I have for myself. Be off with you." Then he left the little gray man standing in the road, and went on his way. But it was not long before he too was punished, for the first stroke he aimed at a tree glanced aside and wounded his leg, so that he was obliged to be carried home. Then said the simpleton, "Father, let me go to the wood for once. I will bring you home plenty of fuel." "Nonsense," answered the father. "Both your brothers have got into trouble, and it is not likely that I am going to trust you." But Johnny would not give up the idea, and worried his father till at last he said, "Very well, my son, have your own way. You shall learn by experience that I know better than you." There was no rich cake for the simpleton of the family. His mother just gave him a little loaf of dough and a bottle of sour beer. No sooner had he reached the wood than the little gray man appeared. "Give me a piece of your cake and a drink of your wine," said he. But the young man told him he had only a dough loaf and a bottle of sour beer. "Still," said he, "you are welcome to a share of the food, such as it is." So the two sat down together. But when Johnny took his humble fare from his pocket, what was his surprise to find it changed into the most delicious cake and wine. Then the young man and his guest made a hearty meal, and when it was ended, the little gray man said, "Because you have such a kind heart, and have willingly shared your food with me, I am going to reward you. Yonder stands an old tree. Hew it down, and deep in the heart of the roots you will find something." The old man then nodded kindly and disappeared in a moment. Johnny at once did as he had been told, and as soon as the tree fell, he saw, sitting in the midst of the roots, a goose with feathers of purest gold. He lifted it carefully out and carried it with him to the inn where he meant to spend the night. Now the landlord had 3 daughters, and no sooner did they see the goose than they wanted to know what curious kind of bird it might be, for never before had they seen a fowl of any kind with feathers of pure gold. The eldest made up her mind to wait for a good opportunity, and then pluck a feather for herself. So, as soon as Johnny went out of the room, she put out her hand and seized the wing of the goose. But what was her horror to find that she could not unclasp her fingers again, nor even move her hand from the golden goose. Very soon the second sister came creeping into the room, meaning also to steal a feather. But no sooner did she touch her sister than she too was unable to draw her hand away. Lastly came the third, anxious to secure a feather before the goose's master returned. "Go away! Go away!" screamed her 2 sisters, but she could not understand why she should not help herself as well as the others. So she paid no heed to their cries, but came toward them and stretched out her hand to the goose. In doing so she touched her second sister, and then, alas, she too was held fast. They pulled and tugged with might and main, but it was all of no use. They could not get away, and there they had to remain the whole night. The next morning Johnny tucked the goose under his arm and went on his way, never troubling himself about the 3 girls hanging on behind. Then what a dance he led them, over hedges and ditches, highways and byways. Wherever he led them they were bound to follow. Halfway across a sunny meadow they met the parson, who was terribly shocked to see the 3 girls running after a young man. "For shame!" he cried angrily, and seized the youngest by the hand to drag her away. But no sooner did he touch her than the poor parson was made fast too, and had to run behind the girls, whether he would or no. They had scarcely gone half a dozen paces before they met the sexton, who stared with astonishment to see his master running at the heels of the 3 girls. "Hi! Stop, your reverence!" he cried. "You will be late for the christening." He seized the parson's sleeve as he ran past him, but the poor sexton had to join the procession too. So now there were 5 of them, and just as they turned a corner the parson saw 2 peasants, and called to them to set him and his sexton free. They threw down their spades at once and tried to do so, but they too stuck fast, and so Johnny had a fine string of 7 folk hanging on to the wing of his golden goose. On and on they ran, until at length they came into the country of a powerful king. This king had an only daughter, who all her life had been so sad that no one had ever been able to make her laugh. So the king made a decree that the man who could bring a smile to his daughter's face should have her for his bride. When Johnny heard what the king had promised, he at once made his way into the Princess's presence, and when she saw the goose, with the 7 queer-looking companions hanging on behind, she burst into such a hearty fit of laughter that it was thought she would never be able to stop again. Of course the simpleton claimed her as his bride, but the king did not fancy him for a son-in-law, so he made all sorts of excuses. "You shall have her," said he, "if you can first bring me a man who can drink up a whole cellarful of wine." Johnny at once remembered the little gray man, and feeling sure that he would help him, he set out for the wood where he had first met him. When he reached the stump of the old tree which he had himself hewn down, he noticed a man sitting beside it, with a face as gloomy as a rainy day. Johnny asked politely what ailed him, and the man answered, "I suffer from a thirst I cannot quench. Cold water disagrees with me, and though I have, it is true, emptied a barrel of wine, it was no more to me than a single drop of water upon a hot stove." You can think how pleased Johnny was to hear these words. He took the man to the king's cellar, where he seated himself before the huge barrels, and drank till, at the end of the day, not a drop of wine was left. Then Johnny claimed his bride, but the king could not make up his mind to give his daughter to a ne'er-do-well who went by such a name as Simpleton. So he made fresh excuses, and said that he would not give her up until the young man had found someone who could eat up a mountain of bread in a single day. So the young man had no choice but to set out once more for the wood. And again he found a man sitting beside the stump of the tree. He was very sad and hungry looking, and sat tightening the belt around his waist. "I have eaten a whole ovenful of bread," he said sadly, "but when one is as hungry as I am, such a meal only serves to make one more hungry still. I am so empty that if I did not tighten my belt, I should die of hunger." "You are the man for me," said Johnny. "Follow me, and I will give you a meal that will satisfy even your hunger." He led the man into the courtyard of the king's palace, where all the meal in the kingdom had been collected together and mixed into an enormous mountain of bread. The man from the wood placed himself in front of it and began to eat, and before the day was over the mountain of bread had vanished. A third time the simpleton demanded his bride, but again the king found an excuse. "First bring me a ship that can sail both on land and sea, and then you shall wed the Princess," he said. Johnny went straightway to the wood, where he met the little gray man with whom he had once shared his food. "Good day," he said, nodding his wise little head. "So you've come to visit me again, eh? It was I, you know, who drank the wine and ate the bread for you. And now I will finish by giving you the wonderful ship which is to sail on either land or sea. All this I do for you because you were kind and good to me." Then he gave him the ship, and when the king saw it he could find no further excuse. So he gave the young man his daughter, and the pair were married that very day. When the old king died, the simpleton became king in his stead, and he and his wife lived happily ever after. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 11. Titty Mouse and Tatty Mouse. Titty Mouse and Tatty Mouse both lived in a house. Titty Mouse went a-leasing, and Tatty Mouse went a-leasing, so they both went a-leasing. Titty Mouse leased an ear of corn, and Tatty Mouse leased an ear of corn, so they both leased an ear of corn. Titty Mouse made a pudding, and Tatty Mouse made a pudding, so they both made a pudding. And Tatty Mouse put her pudding into the pot to boil, but, when Titty went to put hers in, the pot tumbled over, and scalded her to death. Then Tatty sat down and wept, and a three-legged stool said, "Tatty, why do you weep?" "Titty's dead," said Tatty, "and so I weep." Then said the stool, "I'll hop," so the stool hopped. Then a broom in the corner of the room said, "Stool, why do you hop?" "Oh," said the stool, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, and so I hop." Then said the broom, "I'll sweep," so the broom began to sweep. Then said the door, "Broom, why do you sweep?" "Oh," said the broom, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and so I sweep." Then said the door, "I'll jar," so the door jarred. Then said the window, "Door, why do you jar?" "Oh," said the door, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the broom sweeps, and so I jar." Then said the window, "I'll creak," so the window creaked. Now there was an old form outside the house, and when the window creaked, the form said, "Window, why do you creak?" "Oh," said the window, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the broom sweeps, the door jars, and so I creak." Then said the old form, "I'll run round the house." Then the old form ran around the house. Now there was a fine large walnut tree growing by the cottage, and the tree said to the form, "Form, why do you run round the house?" "Oh," said the form, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the broom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, and so I run round the house." Then said the walnut tree, "I'll shed my leaves." So the walnut tree shed all its beautiful green leaves. Now there was a little bird perched on one of the boughs of the tree, and when all the leaves fell it said, "Walnut tree, why do you shed your leaves?" "Oh," said the tree, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, the stool hops, and the broom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, the old form runs round the house, and so I shed my leaves." Then said the little bird, "I'll moult all my feathers." So he moulted all his pretty feathers. Now there was a little girl walking below, carrying a jug of milk for her brothers and sisters' supper, and when she saw the poor little bird moult all its feathers, she said, "Little bird, why do you moult all your feathers?" "Oh," said the little bird, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps, the stool hops, and the broom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, the old form runs round the house, the walnut tree sheds its leaves, and so I moult all my feathers." Then said the little girl, "I'll spill the milk." So she dropped the pitcher and spilt the milk. Now there was an old man just by on the top of a ladder thatching a rick. And when he saw the little girl spill the milk, he said, "Little girl, what do you mean by spilling the milk? Your little brothers and sisters must go without their supper." Then said the little girl, "Titty's dead, and Tatty weeps. The stool hops, and the broom sweeps. The door jars, and the window creaks. The old form runs round the house. The walnut tree sheds all its leaves. The little bird moults all its feathers. And so I spill the milk." "Oh," said the old man, "then I'll tumble off the ladder and break my neck." So he tumbled off the ladder and broke his neck. And when the old man broke his neck, the great walnut tree fell down with a crash, and upset the old form and house, and the house falling knocked the window out, and the window knocked the door down, and the door upset the broom, and the broom upset the stool, and poor little Tatty Mouse was buried beneath the ruins. End of section 11. Section 12 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 12. Teeny Tiny. There was once upon a time a teeny tiny woman who lived in a teeny tiny house in a teeny tiny village. Now, one day this teeny tiny woman put on her teeny tiny bonnet and went out of her teeny tiny house to take a teeny tiny walk. And when this teeny tiny woman had gone a teeny tiny way, she came to a teeny tiny gate. So the teeny tiny woman opened the teeny tiny gate, and went into a teeny tiny churchyard. And when this teeny tiny woman had got into the teeny tiny churchyard, she saw a teeny tiny bone on a teeny tiny grave. And the teeny tiny woman said to her teeny tiny self, "This teeny tiny bone will make me some teeny tiny soup for my teeny tiny supper." So the teeny tiny woman put the teeny tiny bone into her teeny tiny pocket, and went home to her teeny tiny house. Now, when the teeny tiny woman got home to her teeny tiny house, she was a teeny tiny tired. So she went up her teeny tiny stairs to her teeny tiny bed, and put the teeny tiny bone into a teeny tiny cupboard. And when this teeny tiny woman had been to sleep a teeny tiny time, she was awakened by a teeny tiny voice from the teeny tiny cupboard, which said, "Give me my bone." And this teeny tiny woman was a teeny tiny frightened, so she hid her teeny tiny head under the teeny tiny clothes, and went to sleep again. And when she had been asleep again a teeny tiny time, the teeny tiny voice cried out from the teeny tiny cupboard a teeny tiny louder, "Give me my bone." This made the teeny tiny woman a teeny tiny more frightened, so she hid her teeny tiny head a teeny tiny farther under the teeny tiny clothes. And when the teeny tiny woman had been asleep again a teeny tiny time, the teeny tiny voice from the teeny tiny cupboard said again a teeny tiny louder, "Give me my bone." At this, the teeny tiny woman was a teeny tiny bit more frightened, but she put her teeny tiny head out of the teeny tiny clothes, and said, in her loudest teeny tiny voice, "Take it." End of section 12. Section 13 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 13. The Spider and the Flea. A spider and a flea dwelt together in one house, and brewed their beer in an eggshell. One day, when the spider was stirring it up, she fell in and scalded herself. Thereupon the flea began to scream, and then the door asked, "Why are you screaming, flea?" "Because little Spider had scalded herself in the beer tub," replied she. Thereupon the door began to creak as if it were in pain, and a broom, which stood in the corner, asked, "What are you creaking for, door?" "May I not creak?" it replied. "The little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps." So the broom began to sweep industriously, and presently a little cart came by, and asked the reason. "May I not sweep?" replied the broom. "The little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps. The little door creaks with the pain." Thereupon the little cart said, "So will I run," and began to run very fast, past a heap of ashes, which cried out, "Why do you run, little cart?" "Because," replied the cart, "the little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps. The little door creaks with the pain, and the broom sweeps." "Then," said the ashes, "I will burn furiously." Now, next the ashes there grew a tree, which asked, "Little heap, why do you burn?" "Because," was the reply, "the little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps. The little door creaks with the pain, and the broom sweeps. The little cart runs on so fast." Thereupon the tree cried, "I will shake myself," and went on shaking till all its leaves fell off. A little girl passing by with a water pitcher saw it shaking, and asked, "Why do you shake yourself, little tree?" "Why may I not?" said the tree. "The little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps. The little door creaks with the pain, and the broom sweeps. The little cart runs on so fast, and the ashes burn." Then the maiden said, "If so, I will break my pitcher," and she threw it down and broke it. At this the streamlet, from which she drew the water, asked, "Why do you break your pitcher, my little girl?" "Why may I not?" she replied, "for the little Spider's scalt herself, and the flea weeps. The little door creaks with the pain, and the broom sweeps. The little cart runs on so fast, and the ashes burn. The little tree shakes down its leaves. Now it is my turn." "Ah, then," said the streamlet, "now must I begin to flow." And it flowed and flowed along in a great stream, which kept getting bigger and bigger, until at last it swallowed up the little girl, the little tree, the ashes, the cart, the broom, the door, the flea, and, last of all, the spider, all together. End of section 13. Section 14 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 14. The Little Shepherd Boy. Once upon a time there was a little shepherd boy who was famed far and wide for the wise answers which he gave to all questions. Now the king of the country heard of this lad, but he could not believe what was said about him, so the boy was ordered to come to court. When he arrived, the king said to him, "If you can give me answers to each of the 3 questions which I will now put to you, I will bring you up as my own child, and you shall live here with me in my palace." "What are these 3 questions?" asked the boy. "The first is, how many drops of water are there in the sea?" "My lord king," replied the shepherd boy, "let all the waters be stopped up on the earth, so that not one drop shall run into the sea before I count it, and then I will tell you how many drops there are in the sea." "The second question," said the king, "is, how many stars are there in the sky?" "Give me a large sheet of paper," said the boy, and then he made in it with a pin so many minute holes that they were far too numerous to see or to count, and dazzled the eyes of whomsoever looked at them. This done, he said, "So many stars are there in the sky as there are holes in this paper, now count them." But nobody was able. Thereupon the king said, "The third question is, how many seconds are there in eternity?" In Lower Pomerania is situated the Adamantine Mountain, 1 mile in height, 1 mile in breadth, and 1 mile deep, and thither comes a bird once in every 1,000 years, which rubs its beak against the hill, and, when the hole shall be rubbed away, then will the first second of eternity be gone by. "You have answered the 3 questions like a sage," said the king, "and from henceforth you shall live with me in my palace, and I will treat you as my own child." End of section 14. Section 15 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 15. The 3 Spinners. Once upon a time there was a lazy maiden who would not spin, and, let her mother say what she would not make her do it. At last the mother, in a fit of impatience, gave her a blow which made the girl cry out loudly. At that very instant the Queen drove by, and, hearing the screams, she stopped the carriage, came into the house, and asked the mother why she beat her daughter in such a way that people in passing could hear the cries. Then the mother felt ashamed that her daughter's laziness should be known, so she said, "Oh, your Majesty, I cannot take her away from her spinning. She spins from morning till night, and I am so poor that I cannot afford to buy the flax." "There is nothing I like better than to hear the sound of spinning," the Queen replied, "and nothing pleases me more than the whirl of spinning wheels. Let me take your daughter home with me to the castle. I have flax enough, and she may spin there to her heart's content." The mother rejoiced greatly in her heart, and the Queen took the maiden home with her. When they arrived in the castle, she led her up into 3 rooms, which were piled from top to bottom with the finest flax. "Now spin me this flax," said the Queen, "and when thou hast spun it all, thou shalt have my eldest son for a husband. Although thou art poor, yet I do not despise thee on that account, for thy untiring industry is dowry enough." The maiden was filled with inward terror, for she could not have spun the flax had she sat there day and night until she was 300 years old. When she was left alone, she began to weep, and thus she sat for 3 days without stirring a finger. On the 3rd day the Queen came, and when she saw that nothing was as yet spun, she wondered over it, but the maiden excused herself by saying that she could not begin in consequence of the great sorrow she felt in being separated from her mother. This satisfied the Queen, who, on leaving her, said, "Thou must begin to work for me tomorrow." But when the maiden was once more alone, she did not know what to do, or how to help herself, and in her distress she went to the window and looked out. She saw 3 women passing by, the first of whom had a great broad foot, the second such a large under lip that it hung down to her chin, and the third an enormous thumb. They stopped under the window, and, looking up, asked the maiden what was the matter. When she had told them of her trouble, they immediately offered her their help, and said, "Wilt thou invite us to the wedding, and not be ashamed of us, but call us thy aunts, and let us sit at thy table? If thou wilt, we will spin all the flax, and do it in a very short time." "With all my heart," answered the girl, "only come in, and begin at once." Then she admitted the 3 strange women, and, making a clear space in the first room, they sat themselves down and began spinning. One drew the thread and trod the wheel, the other moistened the thread, the third pressed it and beat it on the table, and every time she did so, a pile of thread fell on the ground spun in the finest way. The maiden concealed the 3 spinners from the Queen, but showed her heaps of spun yarn whenever she came, and received no end of praise for it. When the first room was empty, the second was commenced, and when that was finished, the third was begun, and very soon cleared. Then the 3 spinners took their leave, saying to the maiden, "Forget not what thou hast promised us. It will make thy fortune." When the girl showed the Queen the empty rooms and the great piles of thread, the wedding was announced. The bridegroom rejoiced that he had won so clever and industrious a wife, and he praised her exceedingly. "I have 3 aunts," said the maiden, "and as they have done me many kindnesses, I could not forget them in my good fortune. Permit me to invite them to our wedding, and allow them to sit with me at table." So the Queen and the bridegroom consented. When the feast commenced, the three old women entered, clothed in the greatest splendour, and the bride said, "Welcome, my dear aunts." "Alas!" exclaimed the bridegroom, "how is it you have such ugly relations?" And going up to the one with a broad foot, he asked, "Why have you such a broad foot?" From threading, she answered. Then he went to the second and asked, "Why have you such an overhanging lip?" "From moistening the thread," she replied, "from moistening the thread." Then he asked the third, "Why have you such a big thumb?" "From pressing the thread," answered she. Then the Prince became frightened and said, "Then shall my lovely bride never more turn a spinning wheel, as long as she lives." Thus was the maiden freed from the hated flax spinning. End of Section 15.
Section 16 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 16. The Cat and the Mouse in Partnership. A cat, having made the acquaintance of a mouse, told her so much of the great love and affection that he had for her, that the mouse at last consented to live in the same house with him, and to have their domestic affairs in common. "But we must provide for the winter," said the cat, "or we shall be starved. You, little mouse, cannot go everywhere looking for food, or you will meet with an accident." This advice was followed, and a pot was brought with some grease in it. However, when they had got it, they could not imagine where it should be put. But at last, after a long consideration, the cat said, "I know no better place to put it than in the church, for there no one dares to steal anything. We will set it beneath the organ, and not touch it till we really want it." So the pot was put away in safety, but not long afterward the cat began to wish for it again. So he spoke to the mouse and said, "I have to tell you that I am asked by my aunt to stand godfather to a little son, white with brown marks, whom she has just brought into the world, and so I must go to the christening. Let me go out to-day, and do you stop at home and keep house." "Certainly," answered the mouse. "Pray go, and if you eat anything nice, think of me. I would also willingly drink a little of the sweet red christening wine." But alas, it was all a story, for the cat had no aunt, and had not been asked to stand godfather to anyone. He went straight to the church, crept up to the grease pot, and licked it till he had eaten off the top. Then he took a walk on the roofs of the houses in the town, thinking over his situation, and now and then stretching himself in the sun, and stroking his whiskers as often as he thought of his meal. When it was evening, he went home again, and the mouse said, "So you have come at last. What a charming day you must have had." "Yes," answered the cat, "it went off very well." "What have you named the kitten?" asked the mouse. "Top off," said the cat very quickly. "Top off," replied the mouse. "That is a curious and remarkable name. Is it common in your family?" "What does that matter?" said the cat. "It is not worse than Crumb Stealer, as your children are called." Not long afterward the cat felt the same longing as before, and said to the mouse, "You must oblige me by taking care of the house once more by yourself. I am again asked to stand godfather, and since the youngster has a white ring round his neck, I cannot get off the invitation." So the good little mouse consented, and the cat crept away behind the wall to the church again, and ate half the contents of the grease pot. "Nothing tastes better than what one eats by oneself," said he, quite contented with his day's work. And when he came home, the mouse asked how this child was named. "Half out," answered the cat. "Half out! What do you mean? I never heard such a name before in my life. I will wager anything it is not in the calendar." But the cat replied nothing. Pussy's mouth soon began to water again at the recollection of the feasting. "All good things come in threes," said he to the mouse. "I am again required to be godfather. This child is quite black, and has little white claws, but not a single white hair on his body. Such a thing only happens once in 2 years, so pray excuse me this time." "Top off, half out," answered the mouse. "Those are such curious names, they make me a bit suspicious." "Ah," replied the cat, "there you sit in your gray coat and long tail, thinking nonsense. That comes of never going out." The mouse busied herself during the cat's absence in putting the house in order, but meanwhile greedy Puss licked the grease pot clean out. "When it is all done, one will rest in peace," thought he to himself, and as soon as night came he went home, fat and tired. The mouse, however, again asked what name the third child had received. "It will not please you any better," answered the cat, "for he is called All Out." "All Out!" exclaimed the mouse. "Well, that is certainly the most curious name by far. I have never yet seen it in print. All Out! What can that mean?" And shaking her head, she rolled herself up and went to sleep. After that nobody else asked the cat to stand godfather, but the winter had arrived, and nothing more was to be picked up out of doors. So the mouse bethought herself of their store of provision, and said, "Come, friend cat, we will go to our grease pot which we laid by. It will taste well now." "Yes, indeed," replied the cat. "It will taste as well as if you stroked your tongue against the window." So they set out on their journey, and when they arrived at the church the pot stood in its old place, but it was empty. "Ah," said the mouse, "I see what has happened. Now I know you are indeed a faithful friend. You have eaten the whole as you stood godfather. First top off, then half out, then—" "Will you be quiet?" cried the cat. "Not a word, or I'll eat you." But the poor mouse had all out at her tongue's end, and had scarcely uttered it when the cat made a spring, seized her in his mouth, and swallowed her. This happens every day in the world. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 17. The Sweet Soup. Once on a time there was a poor but very good little girl who lived alone with her mother, and when my story begins they had nothing in the house to eat. So the child went out into the forest, and there she met an old woman who already knew her distress, and who presented her with a pot which had the following power. If one said to it, "Boil, little pot," it would cook sweet soup, and when one said, "Stop, little pot," it would immediately cease to boil. The little girl took the pot home to her mother, and now their poverty and distresses were at an end, for they could have sweet broth as often as they pleased. One day, however, the little girl went out, and in her absence the mother said, "Boil, little pot." So it began to cook, and she soon ate all she wished. But when the poor woman wanted to have the pot stop, she found she did not know the word. Away, therefore, the pot boiled, and very quickly was over the edge, and as it boiled and boiled, the kitchen presently became full, then the house, and the next house, and soon the whole street. It seemed likely to satisfy all the world, for, though there was the greatest necessity to do so, nobody knew how to stop it. At last, when only a very small cottage of all the village was left unfilled with soup, The child returned and said at once, "Stop, little pot!" Immediately it ceased to boil, but whoever wishes to enter the village now must eat his way through the soup. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 18. The Straw, the Coal, and the Bean. All alone in a quiet little village lived a poor old woman. One day she had a dish of beans that she wanted to cook for dinner. So she made a fire on the hearth, and in order that it should burn up quickly, she lighted it with a handful of straw. She hung the pot over the fire and poured in the beans, but one fell on the floor without her noticing it and rolled away beside a piece of straw. Soon afterwards a live coal flew out of the fire and joined their company. Then the straw began to speak. "Dear friends," said he, "whence come you?" "I was fortunate enough to spring out of the fire," answered the coal. "Had I not exerted myself to get out when I did, I should most certainly have been burnt to ashes." "I have also just managed to save my skin," said the bean. "Had the old woman succeeded in putting me in the pot, I should have been stewed without mercy, just as my comrades are being served now." "My fate might have been no better," the straw told them. "The old woman burnt 60 of my brothers at once, but fortunately I was able to slip through her fingers." "What shall we do now?" said the coal. "Well," answered the bean, "my opinion is that we have all been so fortunate as to escape death, we should leave this place before any new misfortune overtakes us. Let us all three become traveling companions and set out upon a journey to some unknown country." This suggestion pleased both the straw and the coal, so away they all went at once. Before long they came to a brook, and as there was no bridge across it, they did not know how to get to the other side, but the straw had a good idea. "I will lay myself over the water, and you can walk across me as though I were a bridge," he said. So he stretched himself from one bank to the other, and the coal, who was one of a hasty disposition, at once tripped gaily over the newly built bridge. Halfway across she hesitated, and began to feel afraid of the rushing water beneath her. She dared go no further, but neither would she return. But she stood there so long that the straw caught fire, broke in two, and fell into the stream. Of course the coal was bound to follow. No sooner did she touch the water than hiss, zish! Out she went, and never glowed again. The bean, who was a careful fellow, had stayed on the bank to watch how the coal got across, before trusting himself to such a slender bridge. But when he saw what very queer figures his friends cut, he could not help laughing. He laughed and laughed till he could not stop, and at length he split his side. It would have gone badly with him then, had not a tailor happened to pass by. He was a kind-hearted fellow, and at once took out his needle and thread and began to repair the mischief. The bean thanked him politely, for he knew that the tailor had saved his life. But unfortunately he would use black thread, and from that time till today every bean has a little black stitch in its side. End of section 18. The Straw, the Coal, and the Bean.
Section 19 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 19. Why the Bear has a Stumpy Tail. One winter's day the bear met the fox, who came slinking along with a string of fish he had stolen. "Hi, stop a minute! Where did you get those from?" demanded the bear. "Oh, my Lord Bruin, I've been out fishing and caught them," said the fox. So the bear had a mind to learn to fish, too, and bade the fox tell him how he was to set about it. "Oh, it is quite easy," answered the fox, and soon learned. "You've only got to go upon the ice, and cut a hole, and stick your tail down through it, and hold it there as long as you can. You're not to mind if it smarts a little, that's when the fish bite. The longer you hold it there, the more fish you'll get, and then all at once out with it, with a cross pull sideways, and a strong pull, too." Well, the bear did as the fox said, and though he felt very cold, and his tail smarted very much, he kept it a long, long time down the hole, till at last it was frozen in, though of course he did not know that. Then he pulled it out with a strong pull, and it snapped short off, and that's why Bruin goes about with a stumpy tail to this day. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 20. The Three Little Pigs. Once upon a time, when pigs could talk, and no one had ever heard of bacon, there lived an old piggy mother with her three little sons. They had a very pleasant home in the middle of an oak forest, and were all just as happy as the day was long, until one sad year the acorn crop failed. Then, indeed, poor Mrs. Piggy Wiggy often had hard work to make both ends meet. One day she called her sons to her, and with tears in her eyes told them that she must send them out into the wide world to seek their fortune. She kissed them all round, and the three little pigs set out upon their travels, each taking a different road, and carrying a bundle slung on a stick across his shoulder. The first little pig had not gone far before he met a man carrying a bundle of straw. So he said to him, "Please, man, give me that straw to build me a house." The man was very good-natured, so he gave him the bundle of straw, and the little pig built a pretty little house with it. No sooner was it finished, and the little pig thinking of going to bed, than a wolf came along, knocked at the door, and said, little pig, let me come in." But the little pig laughed softly and answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." Then said the wolf sternly, "I will make you let me in, for I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in." So he huffed, and he puffed, and he blew his house in, because, you see, it was only of straw and too light. And when he had blown the house in, he ate up the little pig, and did not leave so much as the tip of his tail. The second little pig also met a man, and he was carrying a bundle of furze. So Piggy said politely, "Please, kind man, will you give me that furze to build me a house?" The man agreed, and Piggy set to work to build himself a snug little house before the night came on. It was scarcely finished when the wolf came along, and said, little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin," answered the second little pig. "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in," said the wolf. So he huffed, and he puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and at last he blew the house in, and gobbled the little pig up in a trice. Now the third little pig met a man with a load of bricks and mortar, and he said, "Please, man, "Will you give me those bricks to build a house with?" So the man gave him the bricks and mortar, and a little trowel as well, and the little pig built himself a nice strong little house. As soon as it was finished, the wolf came to call, just as he had done to the other little pigs, and said, little pig, let me in." But the little pig answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." "Then," said the wolf, "I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in." Well, he huffed, and he puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and he huffed, and he puffed, but he could not get the house down. At last he had no breath left to huff and puff with, so he sat down outside the little pig's house and thought for a while. Presently he called out, "Little pig, I know where there is a nice field of turnips." "Where?" said the little pig. "Behind the farmer's house, 3 fields away, and if you will be ready to-morrow morning I will call for you, and we will go together and get some breakfast." "Very well," said the little pig, "I will be sure to be ready. What time do you mean to start?" "At 6 o'clock," replied the wolf. Well, the wise little pig got up at 5, scampered away to the field, and brought home a fine load of turnips before the wolf came. At 6 o'clock the wolf came to the little pig's house and said, "Little pig, are you ready?" "Ready?" cried the little pig. "Why, I have been to the field and come back long ago, and now I am busy boiling a potful of turnips for breakfast." The wolf was very angry indeed, but he made up his mind to catch the little pig somehow or other, so he told him that he knew where there was a nice apple tree. "Where?" said the little pig. "Round the hill in the squire's orchard," the wolf said. "So if you will promise to play me no tricks, I will come for you to-morrow morning at 5 o'clock, and we will go there together and get some rosy-cheeked apples." The next morning Piggy got up at 4 o'clock, and was off and away long before the wolf came. But the orchard was a long way off, and besides he had the tree to climb, which is a difficult matter for a little pig, so that before the sack he had brought with him was quite filled, he saw the wolf coming towards him. He was dreadfully frightened, but he thought it better to put a good face on the matter. So when the wolf said, "Little pig, why are you here before me? Are they nice apples?" he replied at once, "Yes, very. I will throw down one for you to taste." So he picked an apple and threw it so far that whilst the wolf was running to fetch it, he had time to jump down and scamper away home. The next day the wolf came again and told the little pig that there was going to be a fair in the town that afternoon, and asked him if he would go with him. "Oh yes," said the pig, "I will go with pleasure. What time will you be ready to start?" "At 3:30," said the wolf. Of course the little pig started long before the time, went to the fair, and bought a fine large butter churn, and was trotting away with it on his back, when he saw the wolf coming. He did not know what to do, so he crept into the churn to hide, and by so doing started it rolling. Down the hill it went, rolling over and over, with the little pig squeaking inside. The wolf could not think what the strange thing rolling down the hill could be, so he turned tail and ran away home in a fright, without ever going to the fair at all. He went to the little pig's house to tell him how frightened he had been by a large round thing which came rolling past him down the hill. "Ha, ha!" laughed the little pig. "So I frightened you, eh? I'd been to the fair and bought a butter churn. When I saw you I got inside it and rolled down the hill." This made the wolf so angry that he declared that he would eat up the little pig, and that nothing should save him, for he would jump down the chimney. But the clever little pig hung a pot full of water over the hearth, and then made a blazing fire, and just as the wolf was coming down the chimney, he took off the cover, and in fell the wolf. In a second the little pig had popped the lid on again. Then he boiled the wolf and ate him for supper, and after that he lived quietly and comfortably all his days, and was never troubled by a wolf again. End of section 20. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Section 21 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Section 21. The Three Children. 3 children sliding on the ice upon a summer's day. As it fell out, they all fell in, the rest they ran away. Now, had these children been at home, or sliding on dry ground, 10,000 pounds to 1 penny, they had not all been drowned. You parents all that children have, and you too that have none, if you would have them safe abroad, pray keep them safe at home. Anonymous. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Children's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 22. The Owl and the Pussycat. The owl and the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea-green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up to the stars above and sang to a small guitar, "Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, you are, you are, what a beautiful pussy you are." The pussy said to the owl, "You elegant fowl, how charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be married, too long we have tarried. But what shall we do for a ring?" They sailed away for a year and a day to the land where the bong tree grows, and there in a wood a piggy-wig stood, with the ring at the end of his nose, his nose, with the ring at the end of his nose. "Dear pig, are you willing to sell for 1 shilling your ring?" said the piggy. "I will." So they took it away and were married next day by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined on mince and slices of quince, which they ate with a runcible spoon, and hand in hand on the edge of the sand they danced by the light of the moon. The moon, they danced by the light of the moon. Edward Lear. End of section 22. Recording by Sarah Williams, Germantown, Maryland, June 2008.
Section 23 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Johnny J.T. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 23. Kindness to Animals. Little children, never give pain to the things that feel and live. Let the gentle robin come for the crumbs you save at home. As his meat you throw along, he'll repay you with a song. Never hurt the timid hare peeping from her green grass lair. Let her come and sport and play on the lawn at close of day. The little lark goes soaring high to the bright windows of the sky, singing as if 'twere always spring, and fluttering on an untired wing. Oh, let him sing his happy song, nor do these gentle creatures wrong. End of section 23. Kindness to animals. This recording by Johnny J.T. is in the public domain.
Section 24 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 24. How doth the little busy bee? How doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour, and gather honey all the day from every opening flower? How skilfully she bends her cell, how neat she spreads the wax, and labors hard to store it well with the sweet food she makes. In works of labor or of skill I would be busy too, for Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do. In books or work or healthful play let my first years be passed, that I may give for every day some good account at last. Isaac Watts. End of section 24. Recording by Sarah Williams, Germantown, Maryland, June 2008.
Section 25 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 25. Suppose. Suppose, my little lady, your doll should break her head. Could you make it whole by crying till your eyes and nose are red? And wouldn't it be pleasanter to treat it as a joke, and say you're glad 'twas Dolly's and not your head that broke? Suppose you're dressed for walking, and the rain comes pouring down, will it clear off any sooner because you scold and frown? And wouldn't it be nicer for you to smile than pout, and so make sunshine in the house when there is none without? Suppose your task, my little man, is very hard to get, will it make it any easier for you to sit and fret? And wouldn't it be wiser than waiting like a dunce, to go to work in earnest and learn the thing at once? Suppose that some boys have a horse and some a coach and pair, will it tire you less while walking to say it isn't fair? And wouldn't it be nobler to keep our temper sweet, and in your heart be thankful you can walk upon your feet? And suppose the world don't please you, nor the way some people do you think the whole creation will be altered just for you? And isn't it, my boy or girl, the wisest, bravest plan, whatever comes or doesn't come, to do the best you can? End of section 25.
Section 26 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Twinkle, twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. When the glorious sun is set, when the grass with dew is wet, then you show your little light, twinkle, twinkle, all the night. When the blazing sun is gone, when he nothing shines upon, then you show your little light, twinkle, twinkle, all the night. In the dark blue sky you keep, and often through my curtains peep, for you never shut your eye till the sun is in the sky. As your bright and tiny spark lights the traveller in the dark, though I know not what you are, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Anonymous. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Johnny J.T. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 27. Pretty Cow by Jane Taylor. Thank you, pretty cow, that made pleasant milk to soak my bread, every day and every night, warm and fresh and sweet and white. Do not chew the hemlock rank growing on the weedy bank, but the yellow cow's lips eat, that will make it very sweet. Where the purple violet grows, where the bubbling water flows, where the grass is fresh and fine, pretty cow, go there and dine. End of section 27, Pretty Cow. This recording by Johnny J.T. is in the public domain.
Section 28 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 28. The Three Little Kittens. A Cat's Tale with additions. The three little kittens lost their mittens, and they began to cry. "Oh, mother dear, we very much fear that we have lost our mittens." "Lost your mittens, you naughty kittens? Then you shall have no pie." "Meow, meow, meow." "No, you shall have no pie." "Meow, meow, meow." The three little kittens found their mittens, and they began to cry, "Oh, mother dear, see here, see here! See, we have found our mittens." "Put on your mittens, you silly kittens, and you may have some pie." Purr, purr, purr. "Oh, let us have the pie." Purr, purr, purr. The three little kittens put on their mittens and soon ate up the pie. "Oh, mother dear, we greatly fear that we have soiled our mittens." "Soiled your mittens, you naughty kittens?" Then they began to sigh. Meow, meow, meow. Then they began to sigh. Meow, meow, meow. The three little kittens washed their mittens and hung them out to dry. "Oh, mother dear, do not you hear that we have washed our mittens?" "Washed your mittens? Oh, you're good kittens! But I smell a rat close by." "Hush, hush! Meow, meow! We smell a rat close by. Meow, meow, meow." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kaylee K. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 29. Land of Counterpane by Robert Louis Stevenson. When I was sick and lay abed, I had two pillows at my head, and all my toys beside me lay to keep me happy all the day. And sometimes for an hour or so I watched my leaden soldiers go, with different uniforms and drills, among the bedclothes through the hills, and sometimes set my ships and fleets all up and down among the sheets, or brought my trees and houses out, and planted cities all about. I was the giant great and still, that sits upon the pillow hill, and sees before him dale and plain, The Pleasant Land of Counterpane. End of section 29, Land of Counterpane. This recording, read by Kaylee K., is in the public domain.
Section 30 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 30. There was a little girl. There was a little girl, and she had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. When she was good, she was very, very good, and when she was bad, she was horrid. One day she went upstairs, when her parents, unawares, in the kitchen were occupied with meals. And she stood upon her head in her little trundle bed, and then began hurraying with her heels. Her mother heard the noise, and she thought it was the boys, a-playing at a combat in the attic. But when she climbed the stair, and found Jemima there, she took and she did spank her most emphatic. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Johnny J.T. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 31. The Boy Who Never Told a Lie. Once there was a little boy with curly hair and pleasant eye, a boy who always told the truth, and never, never told a lie. And when he trotted off to school, the children all about would cry, "There goes the curly-headed boy, the boy that never tells a lie." And everybody loved him so, because he always told the truth, that every day as he grew up, 'twas said, "There goes the honest youth." And when the people that stood near would turn to ask the reason why, the answer would be always this: because he never tells a lie. End of section 31. The Boy Who Never Told a Lie. This recording by Johnny J.T. is in the public domain.
Section 32 of Charlotte's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Vera Unreal. Charlotte's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Foreign Children. Little Indian, Sioux or Crow. Little Frosty Eskimo. Little Duck or Japanese. Oh, don't you wish that you were me? You have seen the scarlet trees, and the lions overseas. You have eaten ostrich eggs, and turned the turtles off their legs. Such a life is very fine, but it's not so nice as mine. You must often, as you trot, have wear it not to be abroad. You have curious things to eat. I am fat on proper meat. You must dwell beyond the foam, but I am safe and live at home. Little Indian, Sioux or Crow. Little Frosty Eskimo. Little Duck or Japanese. Oh, don't you wish that you were me? End of section number 32.
Section 33 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The Unseen Playmate. When children are playing alone on the green, in comes the playmate that never was seen. When children are happy and lonely and good, the friend of the children comes out of the wood. Nobody heard him and nobody saw, His is a picture you never could draw, but he's sure to be present abroad or at home when children are happy and playing alone. He lies in the laurels, he runs on the grass, he sings when you tinkle the musical glass. Whene'er you are happy and cannot tell why, the friend of the children is sure to be by. He loves to be little, he hates to be big. 'Tis he that inhabits the caves that you dig. 'Tis he, when you play with your soldiers of tin, that sides with the Frenchmen and never can win. 'Tis he, when at night you go off to your bed, bids you go to your sleep and not trouble your head. For wherever they're lying, in cupboard or shelf, 'tis he will take care of your playthings himself. Robert Louis Stevenson. End of section 33. Recording by Clarica.
Section 34 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Megan Kunkel. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 34. I Saw 3 Ships. I saw 3 ships go sailing in on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. I saw 3 ships go sailing in on Christmas Day in the morning. Pray whither sailed the ships all 3 on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Pray whither sailed the ships all 3 on Christmas Day in the morning. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem on Christmas Day in the morning. And all the bells on earth shall ring on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the bells on earth shall ring on Christmas Day in the morning. And all the angels in heaven shall sing on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the angels in heaven shall sing on Christmas Day in the morning. And all the souls on earth shall sing on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the souls on earth shall sing on Christmas Day in the morning. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 35. A was an ant. A was an ant who seldom stood still, and who made a nice house in the side of a hill. A, nice little ant. B was a book with a binding of blue, and pictures and stories for me and for you. B, nice little book. C was a cat who ran after a rat, but his courage did fail when she seized on his tail. C, crafty old cat. D was a duck with spots on his back, who lived in the water and always said quack. D, dear little duck. E was an elephant, stately and wise. He had tusks and a trunk and 2 queer little eyes. E, oh, what funny small eyes. F was a fish who was caught in a net, but he got out again and is quite alive yet. F, lively young fish. G was a goat who was spotted with brown. When he did not lie still, he walked up and down. G. Good little goat. H was a hat which was all on one side. Its crown was too high, and its brim was too wide. H. Oh, what a hat! I was some ice, so white and so nice, but which nobody tasted, and so it was wasted. I. All that good ice. J was a jackdaw who hopped up and down in the principal street of a neighboring town. J. All through the town. K was a kite which flew out of sight above houses so high quite into the sky. K. Fly away, kite. L was a light which burned all the night and lighted the gloom of a very dark room. L. Useful, nice light. M was a mill which stood on a hill and turned round and round with a loud hummy sound. M. Useful old mill. N was a net which was thrown in the sea to catch fish for dinner for you and for me. N. Nice little net. O was an orange so yellow and round, when it fell off the tree it fell down to the ground. O. Down to the ground. P was a pig who was not very big, but his tail was too curly, and that made him surly. P. Cross little pig. Q was a quail with a very short tail, and he fed upon corn in the evening and morn. Q. Quaint little quail. R was a rabbit who had a bad habit of eating the flowers in gardens and bowers. R. Naughty fat rabbit. S was the sugar tongs, nippity-nee, to take up the sugar to put in our tea. S. Nippity-nee. T was a tortoise all yellow and black. He walked slowly away, and he never came back. T. Torty never came back. U was an urn all polished and bright, and full of hot water at noon and at night. U. Useful old urn. V was a villa which stood on a hill by the side of a river and close to a mill. V. Nice little villa. W was a whale with a very long tail, whose movements were frantic across the Atlantic. W. Monstrous old whale. X was King Xerxes, who more than all Turks is, renowned for his fashion of fury and passion. X. Angry old Xerxes. Y was a yew which flourished and grew by a quiet abode near the side of a road. Y. Dark little yew. Z was some zinc so shiny and bright, which caused you to wink in the sun's merry light. Z. Beautiful zinc. Edward Lear. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Vera and Real. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The Table and the Chair. Set the table to the chair. You can hardly be aware how I suffer from the heat and from chilblains on my feet. If we took a little walk, we might have a little talk. Pray let us take the air. Set the table to the chair. Set the chair onto the table. Now you know we are not able. How foolishly you talk when you know we cannot walk. Set the table with a sigh. It can do no harm to try. I've as many legs as you. Why can't we walk on two? So they both went slowly down and walked about the town, with a cheerful bumpy sound as they toddled round and round. And everybody cried as they hastened to their side, "See, The table and the chair have come out to take the air, but in going down an alley to a castle in the valley, they completely lost their way and wandered all the day, till, to see them safely back, they paid a ducky quack, and a beetle, and a mouse, who took them to the house. Then they whispered to each other, "Oh, delightful little brother, what a lovely walk we've taken! Let us dine on beans and bacon." So the ducky and the beetle, Brownie Mousy and the beetle, dined and danced upon their heads, till they toddled to their beds. And off the table and the chair.
Section 37 of Children's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Children's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 37, Precocious Piggy. Where are you going, you little pig? I'm leaving my mother, I'm growing so big. So big, young pig, so young, so big. What, leaving your mother, you foolish young pig? Where are you going to, you little pig? I've got a new spade, and I'm going to dig. To dig, little pig? A little pig dig? Well, I never saw a pig with a spade that could dig. Where are you going to, you little pig? Why, I'm going to have a nice ride in a gig. In a gig, little pig? What, a pig in a gig? Well, I never yet saw a pig ride in a gig. Where are you going to, you little pig? Well, I'm going to the Queen's Head to have a nice swig. A swig, little pig? A pig have a swig? What, a pig at the Queen's Head having a swig? Where are you going to, you little pig? Why, I'm going to the ball to dance a fine jig. A jig, little pig? A pig dance a jig? Well, I never before saw a pig dance a jig. Where are you going to, you little pig? I'm going to the fair to run a fine rig. A rig, little pig? A pig run a rig? Well, I never before saw a pig run a rig. Where are you going to, you little pig? I'm going to the barber's to buy me a wig. A wig, little pig? A pig in a wig? Why, who ever before saw a pig in a wig? End of section 37.
Section 38 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Johnny J.T. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 38. A Boy's Song by James Hogg. Where the pools are bright and deep, where the gray trout lies asleep, up the river and o'er the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the blackbird sings the latest, where the hawthorn blooms the sweetest, where the nestlings chirp and flee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the mowers mowed the cleanest, where the hay lies thick and greenest, there to trace the homeward bee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the hazel bank is steepest, where the shadow falls the deepest, where the clustering nuts fall free, that's the way for Billy and me. Why the boys should drive away little sweet maidens from the play, or love to banter and fight so well, that's the thing I never could tell. But this I know, I love to play through the meadow among the hay, up the water and o'er the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. End of section 38. A Boy's Song. This recording by Johnny J.T. is in the public domain.
Section 39 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 39. Buttercups and Daisies. Buttercups and daisies, oh, the pretty flowers, coming ere the springtime to tell of sunny hours. While the trees are leafless, while the fields are bare, buttercups and daisies spring up here and there. Ere the snowdrop peepeth, ere the crocus bold, ere the early primrose opes its paly gold, somewhere on the sunny bank buttercups are bright, somewhere 'mong the frozen grass peeps the daisy white. Little hardy flowers, like to children poor, playing in their sturdy health by their mother's door. Purple with the north wind, yet alert and bold, fearing not and caring not, though they be a cold. What to them is winter? What are stormy showers? Buttercups and daisies are these human flowers. He who gave them hardships and a life of care, gave them likewise hardy strength and patient hearts to bear. Mary Howitt. End of section 33.
Section 40 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kaylee K. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 40. The Violet by Jane Taylor. Down in a green and shady bed a modest violet grew. Its stalk was bent, it hung its head, as if to hide from view. And yet it was a lovely flower, its color bright and fair. It might have graced a rosy bower, instead of hiding there. Yet there it was content to bloom, in modest tints arrayed, and there diffuse its sweet perfume within the silent shade. Then let me to the valley go, this pretty flower to see, that I may also learn to grow in sweet humility. End of section 40, The Violet. This recording by Kaylee K. is in the public domain.
Section 41 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 41. If Ever I See. If ever I see on bush or tree young birds in their pretty nest, I must not in play steal the birds away to grieve their mother's breast. My mother, I know, would sorrow so should I be stolen away. So I'll speak to the birds in my softest words, nor hurt them in my play. And when they can fly in the bright blue sky, they'll warble a song to me. And then if I'm sad, it will make me glad to think they are happy and free. Lydia Maria Child. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Children's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 42. The Little Land. When at home alone I sit, and am very tired of it, I have just to shut my eyes to go sailing through the skies, to go sailing far away, to the pleasant land of play, to the fairyland afar, where the little people are, where the clover tops are trees, and the rain pools are the seas, and the leaves like little ships sail about on tiny trips, and above the daisy tree, through the grasses, high o'erhead the bumblebee hums and passes. In that forest to and fro I can wander, I can go. See the spider and the fly and the ants go marching by, carrying parcels with their feet. Down the green and grassy street I can in the sorrel sit, where the ladybird alit. I can climb the jointed grass, and on high see the greater swallows pass in the sky, and the round sun rolling by, heeding no such thing as I. Through the forest I can pass, till, as in a looking glass, humming fly and daisy tree and my tiny self I see, painted very clear and neat on the rain pool at my feet. Should a leaflet come to land, drifting near to where I stand, straight I'll board that tiny boat, round the rain pool sea to float. Little thoughtful creatures sit on the grassy coasts of it. Little things with lovely eyes see me sailing with surprise. Some are clad in armor green, these have sure to battle been. Some are pied with every hue, black and crimson, gold and blue. Some have wings and swift are gone, but they all look kindly on. When my eyes I once again open and see all things plain, high bare walls, great bare floor, great big knobs on drawer and door, great big people perched on chairs, stitching tucks and mending tears, each a hill that I could climb, and talking nonsense all the time. Oh dear me, that I could be a sailor on the rain pool sea, a climber in the clover tree, and just come back a sleepy head, late at night, to go to bed. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 43, A Lobster Quadrille. "Will you walk a little faster?" said a whiting to a snail. "There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They are waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance?" You can really have no notion how delightful it will be when they take us up and throw us with the lobsters out to sea. But the snail replied, too far, and gave a look askance. Said he thanked the whiting kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not, would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance. "What matters it how far we go?" his scaly friend replied. "There is another shore, you know, upon the other side. The further off from England, the nearer is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, but come and join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance?" Lewis Carroll. End of section 43. Recording by Sarah Williams, Germantown, Maryland, June 2008.
Section 44 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 44. Where Go the Boats? Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand. It flows along forever, with trees on either hand. Green leaves a-floating, castles of the foam, boats of mine a-boating. Where will all come home? On goes the river, and out past the mill, Away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river 100 miles or more, other little children shall bring my boats ashore. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chris C. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 45. The Wind and the Moon. Said the wind to the moon, I will blow you out. You stare in the air like a ghost in a chair, always looking what I am about. I hate to be watched. I'll blow you out. The wind blew hard, and out went the moon, so deep on a heap of clouds to sleep. Down lay the wind, and slumbered soon, muttering low, I've done for that moon. He turned in his bed, and she was there again. On high in the sky, with her one ghost eye, the moon shone white and alive and plain. Said the wind, I will blow you out again. The wind blew hard, and the moon grew dim. With my sledge and my wedge I have knocked off her edge. If only I blow right fierce and grim, the creature will soon be dimmer than dim. He blew, and she thinned to a thread. One puff more is enough to blow her to snuff. One good puff more where the last was bred, and glimmer, glimmer, glum will go the thread. He blew a great blast, and the thread was gone. In the air nowhere was a moonbeam bare. Far off and harmless the shy stars shone. Sure and certain the moon was gone. The wind he took to his revels once more. On down in town like a merry mad clown he leaped and hallooed with whistle and roar. What's that? The glimmering thread once more! He flew in a rage, he danced and blew, but in vain was the pain of his bursting brain, for still the broader moon scrap grew. The broader he swelled, his big cheeks and blue. Slowly she grew, till she filled the night, and shone on her throne in the sky alone, a matchless, wonderful, silvery light. Radiant and lovely, the queen of the night. Said the wind, what a marvel of power am I! With my breath, good faith, I blew her to death. First blew her away, right out of the sky, then blew her in. What strength have I? But the moon, she knew nothing about the affair, for high in the sky, with her one white eye, motionless miles above the air, she had never heard the great wind blare. George MacDonald. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 46. Where are you going, my pretty maid? I am going a milking, sir, she said. May I go with you, my pretty maid? You're kindly welcome, sir, she said. What is your father, my pretty maid? My father's a farmer, sir, she said. What is your fortune, my pretty maid? My face is my fortune, sir, she said. Then I won't marry you, my pretty maid. Nobody asked you, sir, she said. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 47. The Lost Doll by Charles Kingsley. I once had a sweet little doll, dears, the prettiest doll in the world. Her cheeks were so red and white, dears, and her hair was so charmingly curled. But I lost my poor little doll, dears, as I played on the heath one day, and I cried for her more than a week, dears, but I never could find where she lay. I found my poor little doll, dears, as I played on the heath one day. Folks say she is terribly changed, dears, for her paint is all washed away, and her arms trodden off by the cows, dears, and her hair not the least bit curled. Yet for old sake's sake, she is still, dears, the prettiest doll in the world. End of section 47. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Section 48 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 48. Foreign Lands by Robert Louis Stevenson. Up into the cherry tree who should climb but little me? I held the trunk with both my hands and looked abroad on foreign lands. I saw the next door garden lie adorned with flowers before my eye, and many pleasant faces more that I had never seen before. I saw the dimpling river pass and be the sky's blue looking glass, the dusty roads go up and down with people tramping into town. If I could find a higher tree, farther and farther I should see, to where the grown-up river slips into the sea among the ships, to where the roads on either hand lead onward into fairyland, where all the children dine at 5 and all the playthings come alive. End of section 48. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Section 49 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 49. Bed in Summer by Robert Louis Stevenson. In winter I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day. I have to go to bed and see the birds still hopping on the tree, or hear the grown-up people's feet still going past me in the street. And does it not seem hard to you when all the sky is clear and blue, and I should like so much to play, to have to go to bed by day? End of section 49. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Section 50 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 50. Try Again by Anonymous. 'Tis a lesson you should heed. Try, try, try again. If at first you don't succeed, try, try, try again. Once or twice though you should fail, try again. If you would at last prevail, try again. If we strive, 'tis no disgrace, though we may not win the race. What should you do in that case? Try again. If you find your task is hard, try again. Time will bring you your reward. Try again. All that other folks can do, with your patience, should not you? Only keep this rule in view. Try again. End of section 50. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK. Section 51 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 51. A Good Play by Robert Louis Stevenson. We built a ship upon the stairs, all made of the back bedroom chairs, and filled it full of sofa pillows, to go a-sailing on the billows. We took a saw and several nails and water in the nursery pails, and Tom said, let us also take an apple and a slice of cake, which was enough for Tom and me to go a-sailing on till tea. We sailed along for days and days, and had the very best of plays, but Tom fell out and hurt his knee, so there was no one left but me. End of section 51. Recording by Rachel Linton, Bristol, UK.
Section 52 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 52. Good night and good morning. A fair little girl sat under a tree, sewing as long as her eyes could see, then smoothed her work and folded it right, and said, "Dear work, good night, good night." Such a number of rooks came over her head, crying "Caw, caw," on their way to bed. She said as she watched their curious flight, "Little black things, good night, good night." The horses neighed and the oxen lowed, the sheep's baa, baa came over the road, all seeming to say with a quiet delight, "Good little girl, good night, good night." She did not say to the sun good night, though she saw him there like a ball of light, for she knew he had God's time to keep all over the world, and never could sleep. The tall pink foxglove bowed his head, the violets curtsied and went to bed, and good little Lucy tied up her hair and said on her knees her favorite prayer. And while on her pillow she softly lay, she knew nothing more till again it was day. And all things said to the beautiful sun, "Good morning, good morning, our work is begun." End of section 52.
Section 53 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Vera Unreal. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The Wind. I saw you toss the kites on high, and blow the birds about the sky, and all around I heard you pass, like lady skirts across the grass. O wind, a-blowing all day long, O wind, that sings so loud a song, I saw the different things you did, but always you yourself you hid. I felt you push, I heard you call, I could not see yourself at all. O wind, a-blowing all day long, O wind, that sings so loud a song, O you that are so strong and cold, O blower, are you young or old? Are you a beast of field and tree, or just a stronger child than me? O wind, a-blowing all day long, O wind that sings so loud a song. End of section number 53.
Section 54 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 54. The Spider and the Fly. "Will you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. "'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy. The way into my parlor is up a winding stair, and I have many curious things to show you when you are there." "Oh no, no," said the little fly, "to ask me is in vain, for who goes up your winding stair can ne'er come down again." "I'm sure you must be weary, dear, with soaring up so high. Will you rest upon my little bed?" said the spider to the fly. There are pretty curtains drawn around, the sheets are fine and thin, and if you like to rest a while, I'll snugly tuck you in." "Oh, no, no," said the little fly, "for I've often heard it said, they never, never wake again who sleep upon your bed." Said the cunning spider to the fly, "Dear friend, what can I do to prove the warm affection I've always felt for you? I have within my pantry good store of all that's nice. I'm sure you're very welcome. Will you please to take a slice?" "Oh, no, no," said the little fly, "kind sir, that cannot be. I've heard what's in your pantry I do not wish to see." "Sweet creature," said the spider, "you're witty and you're wise. How handsome are your gauzy wings, how brilliant are your eyes. I have a little looking glass upon my parlor shelf. If you'll step in one moment, dear, you shall behold yourself." "Thank you, gentle sir," she said, "for what you're pleased to say, and, bidding you good morning now, I'll call another day." The spider turned him round about and went into his den, for well he knew the silly fly would soon come back again. So he wove a subtle web in a little corner sly, and set his table ready to dine upon the fly. Then came out to his door again, and merrily did sing, "Come hither, hither, pretty fly, with pearl and silver wing. Your robes are green and purple, there's a crest upon your head. Your eyes are like the diamond bright, but mine are dull as lead." Alas, alas, how very soon this silly little fly, hearing his wily, flattering words, came slowly flitting by. With buzzing wings she hung aloft, then near and nearer drew, thinking only of her brilliant eyes and green and purple hue, thinking only of her crested head. Poor foolish thing, at last! Up jumped the cunning spider, and fiercely held her fast. He dragged her up his winding stair, into the dismal den, within his little parlor, but she ne'er came out again. And now, dear little children, who may this story read, to idle, silly, flattering words, I pray you ne'er give heed. Unto an evil counselor, close heart and ear and eye, and take a lesson from this tale of the spider and the fly. Mary Howitt. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Children's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 55. Let dogs delight to bark and bite. Let dogs delight to bark and bite, for God hath made them so. Let bears and lions growl and fight, for 'tis their nature to. But children, you should never let your angry passions rise. Your little hands were never made to tear each other's eyes. Let love through all your actions run, and all your words be mild. Live like the Blessed Virgin's Son, that sweet and lovely child. His soul was gentle as a lamb, and as his stature grew, he grew in favor both with man and God his Father too. Now, Lord of all, he reigns above, and from his heavenly throne he sees what children dwell in love, and marks them for his own. End of section 55.
Section 56 of Childhood's Favorite and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kaylee K. Childhood's Favorite and Fairy Stories by various authors, Section 56. Child's Evening Hymn by Sabine Baring Gould. Now the day is over, night is drawing nigh. Shadows of the evening steal across the sky. Now the darkness gathers, stars begin to peep. Birds and beasts and flowers soon will be asleep. Just who give the weary calm and sweet repose, with thy tenderest blessing may our eyelids close. Grant to little children visions bright of thee, guard the sailors tossing on the deep blue sea. Comfort every sufferer watching late in pain, those who plan some evil from their sin restrain. Through the long night watches may thine angels spread their white wings above me, watching round my bed. When the morning wakens, then may I arise, pure and fresh and sinless, in thy holy eyes. Glory to the Father, glory to the Son, and to thee, blessed Spirit, whilst all ages run. Amen. End of section 56, Child's Evening Hymn. This recording read by Kaylee K is in the public domain.
Section 57 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 57. Hansel and Gretel. Many years ago a woodcutter and his wife, with their two children, Hansel and Gretel, lived upon the outskirts of a dense wood. They were very poor, so that when a famine fell upon the land and bread became dear, they could no longer afford to buy sufficient food for the whole family. One night, as the poor man lay tossing on his hard bed, he cried aloud in his grief and anguish, "Alas, what will become of us? How can I feed my hungry little ones when we have no food for ourselves?" "Listen to me, good man," answered his wife, who was stepmother to the children. "As it is no longer possible for us to keep our children, we will take them into the wood with us tomorrow, light a fire for them, and give each a piece of bread, and leave them. They will not easily find their way back, and so we shall be rid of the burden of them." But the father said, "No, no, I could not find it in my heart to leave my darlings to perish. The wild beasts would tear them limb from limb." "Then," answered the wife, "we must all four die of hunger." She gave her husband no peace until he promised to do as she wished, and at last, very unwillingly, he consented. Now the two children had been too hungry to go to sleep that night, and so it happened that they overheard all that their parents were saying. Gretel wept bitterly, but brave little Hansel did his best to comfort her. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I will take care of you." As soon as his father and stepmother were asleep, he slipped on his coat, and, opening the door softly, went out into the garden. The moon was shining brightly, and by its light he could see the little white pebbles that lay scattered in front of the house, shining like little pieces of silver. He stooped and filled his pockets as full as he could, and then went back to Gretel, and once more bidding her be comforted, for God would be sure to watch over them, he jumped into bed, and they both fell fast asleep. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen, the stepmother came and wakened the children. "Rise, little lie-a-beds," she said, "and come with us into the wood to gather fuel." She gave them each a piece of bread for their dinner, and told them to be sure not to eat it too soon, for they would get nothing more. Gretel carried the bread in her pinafore, because Hansel had his pockets full, and then they all set out upon their way to the wood. As they trudged along, the father noticed that his little son kept turning back to look at the house. "Take care, my boy," he said, "or you will slip. What are you looking at so earnestly?" "I am watching my kitten, father. She is sitting on the roof to bid me good bye." "Silly little lad, that is not your cat," said the stepmother. "It is only the morning sun shining on the chimney." But Hansel had not been watching his cat at all. He had stayed behind to drop the pebbles upon the path. When they reached the thickest part of the forest, the father bade the children gather wood that he might kindle a fire for them, so that they might rest beside it and warm themselves whilst he and his wife were cutting the fuel. So they gathered a pile of brushwood and twigs, and as soon as it was well alight, the parents left them, promising to return as soon as they had finished their work. Hansel and Gretel sat down by the fire, and when midday came they ate their bread and sat listening to the strokes of their father's axe, thinking all the time that he was near to them. But what they heard was only a dry branch which the man had bound to a tree, so that the wind swung it hither and thither, and the noise made it deceive the children. At last the poor tired little eyelids closed, and side by side brother and sister fell asleep. When they awoke, the night was very dark, and Gretel was frightened and began to cry. Hansel put his arms around her and whispered, "Wait, dearie, till the moon rises. We shall soon find our way home then." As soon as the bright moon rose, Hansel took his little sister by the hand, and all night long they followed the track of the little white pebbles until at daybreak they came to their father's house. They knocked at the door, and no sooner did the stepmother open it than she began to scold them for having stayed out so long in the wood. But the father greeted them kindly, for he had grieved sorely for his little ones. In a short time they were as badly off as ever, and one night they again heard their mother trying to persuade her husband to take them out into the wood and lose them. "There is nothing left in the house but half a loaf of bread," she said. "For our sakes it is better to get rid of the children. But this time we will lead them farther away, so that they will not be able to find their way home." But the man would not agree. "Better to divide our last morsel with them," he said, "and then die together." His wife would not listen to what he said, but scolded him for his want of thought for her, and at last the poor man gave way a second time, just as he had done at first. But the children had overheard all that was said, and as soon as the mother and father were asleep, Hansel stole down to the door, meaning to go and collect pebbles as he had done before. But the door was locked and bolted, and he could not get out. "Never mind, Gretel," he said, consolingly. "The good God will surely help us." Early in the morning the woman wakened the children, and giving them a small piece of bread, bade them follow her and their father into the wood. As they went, Hansel crumbled his morsel of bread in his pocket, and strewed the crumbs upon the path. "Come, Hansel," said the father, "don't loiter so, son. What can you see to stare at so often?" "My little dove, father. It is sitting on the housetop, bidding me good by." "Nonsense," said the woman. "It is not your dove, it is only the rising sun shining upon the chimney." Hansel did not answer, but he went on strewing his crumbs carefully until the last morsel of bread was gone. Deeper and deeper into the wood they went, where the children had never been before. There a great fire was kindled, and the mother said, "Stay here, children, whilst your father and I go to cut wood. If you are tired, you may sleep a while, and we will fetch you when it is time to go home." When dinner time came, Gretel divided her piece of bread with Hansel, because he had scattered all his share upon the road, and then they went to sleep. The evening shadows fell, but still no one came to fetch the poor children, and it was not until midnight that they awakened. Hansel put his arms around his sister and told her not to fear, for when the moon rose they would easily be able to see the crumbs, and so find their way home again. So when the moon rose they set out upon their way. But alas! there were no crumbs to be seen, for the little birds that lived in the green wood were as hungry as the children, and had eaten them all up. "We will find the way somehow," cried cheerful little Hansel. But though they traveled all night long, and the next day too, they could not find it. Poor little mites, how tired and hungry they were, for they had nothing to eat but the berries that grew by the roadside. When at length the weary little feet could go no farther, the children lay down beneath a tree and slept. On the third day they were still as far away as ever, and it seemed to them that the longer they walked, the deeper they got into the wood, and they began to be afraid that they would die of cold and hunger. But presently, when the midday sun was shining brightly, they noticed a little snow-white bird singing so sweetly that they could not help but stay to listen. When the birdie's song was ended, he spread his wings and flew away. The children followed him until they reached a little house on the roof of which he perched. Then the children saw with surprise that the strange little house was built entirely of bread, roofed with cakes, and with windows of barley sugar. "See, Gretel," cried Hansel joyfully, "there is food for us in plenty. I will take a piece of the roof, and you shall have one of the windows." He stretched out his hand to help himself, and Gretel had already begun to nibble one of the window panes, when suddenly they heard a voice call from within: "Nibbly, nibbly, mouse, who's nibbling at my house?" The children answered quickly: "'Tis my Lady Wind that blows, as round about the house she goes." And then they went on eating as though nothing had happened, for the cake of which the roof was made just suited Hansel's taste, whilst the barley sugar window panes were better than any sweetmeat Gretel had ever tasted before. All at once the door of the cottage flew wide open, and out came an old, old woman leaning upon a crutch. The children were so frightened that they dropped their food and clung to each other. The old woman nodded her head to them and said, "Who brought you here, my pets? Come inside, come inside. No one will hurt you." She took their hands and led them into the house, and set before them all kinds of delicious foods, milk, sugared pancakes, apples, and nuts. When they had finished their meal, she showed them two cozy little white beds, and as Hansel and Gretel lay snugly tucked up in them, they thought to themselves that surely they had now found the most delightful place in the whole wide world. But the old woman had only pretended to be friendly and kind, for she was really a wicked old witch who was always lying in wait to catch little children. Indeed, she had built the little house of bread and cakes especially to entice them in. Whenever anyone came into her power, she cooked and ate him, and thought what a fine feast she had had. Witches have red eyes and cannot see far, but they have keen scent like animals, and can tell at once when a human being is near to them. As soon as Hansel and Gretel came into her neighborhood, she laughed to herself and said mockingly, "Ha, ha! They are mine already. They will not easily escape me." Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she stood beside them and admired their rosy cheeks and soft round limbs. "What nice titbits for me!" murmured she. Then, seizing Hansel by the hand, she led him to a little stable, and in spite of his cries and screams, shut him up and left him. Then she shook Gretel until she was awake, and bade her get up at once and carry food and drink to her brother, and it must be of the best too, for she wished to fatten him. "When he is nice and plump, I shall eat him," said the cruel old witch. Gretel wept bitterly, but it was quite in vain, for she was obliged to do the witch's bidding, and every day she cooked the choicest food for her brother, while she herself lived upon nothing but oyster shells. Day by day the old woman visited the stable, and called to Hansel to put his finger through the window bars, that she might see if he were getting fat; but the little fellow held out a bone instead, and as her eyes were dim with age, she mistook the bone for the boy's finger, and thought how thin and lean he was. When a whole month had passed without Hansel becoming the least bit fatter, the old witch lost patience, and declared she would wait no longer. "Hurry, Gretel," she said to the little girl. "Fill the pot with water for tomorrow. Be he lean or fat, Hansel shall be cooked for my dinner." The tears chased each other down Gretel's cheeks as she carried in the water, and she sobbed aloud in her grief. "Dear God," she cried, "we have no one to help us but thou. Alas, if only the wild beasts in the wood had devoured us, at least we should have died together." "Cease your chattering," cried the old witch angrily. "It will not help you, so you may as well be still." The next morning poor Gretel was forced to light the fire and hang the great pot of water over it. And then the witch said, "First we will bake. I have kneaded the dough and heated the oven. You shall creep inside it to see if it is hot enough to bake the bread." But Gretel guessed that the old witch meant to shut the door upon her and roast her, so she pretended that she did not know how to get in. "Silly goose," said the witch, "the door is wide enough, to be sure. Why, even I could get inside it. As she spoke, she popped her head into the oven. In a moment Gretel sprang towards her, pushed her inside, shut the iron door, and shut the bolt. Oh, how she squealed and shrieked! But Gretel ran off as fast as she could, and so there was an end of the cruel old witch. Quick as thought, Gretel ran to her brother. "We are saved, Hansel," she cried, opening the door of the stable. "The wicked old witch is dead." Hansel flew from his prison as a bird from its cage, and the two happy little children kissed each other and jumped for joy. No longer afraid of the old witch, they entered the house hand in hand, and they saw that in every corner of the room were boxes of pearls and diamonds and all kinds of precious gems. "Ah," said Hansel merrily, "these are better than pebbles, Gretel," and he stuffed his pockets with the jewels, whilst Gretel filled her pinafore. "Now," said Hansel, "we will leave the witch's wood behind us as fast as we can." So off they ran, and never stopped until they came to a lake upon which swam a large white duck. "How can we cross?" said Hansel, "for there is no bridge anywhere." "And no ship either," Gretel answered, "but we will ask the pretty white duck to carry us over." So they cried aloud, "Little duck, with wings so white, carry us over the waters bright." The duck came at once, and taking Hansel upon her back, carried him over to the other side, and then did the same for Gretel. They went merrily on their way, and very soon they found themselves in a part of the wood they knew quite well. When they saw the roof of their father's house in the distance, they began to run, and breathless with haste, half laughing and half crying, they rushed into the cottage and flung themselves into their father's arms. Oh, how pleased he was to see them once again, for he had not known a happy hour since he had left them alone in the wood. Gretel shook out her pinafore, and Hansel emptied his pockets, and the floor of the little room was quite covered with glittering precious stones. So now their troubles were at an end, for the cruel stepmother was dead, and Hansel and Gretel and their father lived together happily ever after. My story is ended, and see, there runs a little mouse, and the first who catches him shall have a fur cap made from his skin. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The Fair Catherine and Pif Paf Poultry. Good day, Father Hollenthe. How do you do? Very well, I thank you, Pif Paf Poultry. May I marry your daughter? Oh yes, if the mother Malcho, Milk Cow, the brother Hohenstolz, High and Mighty, the sister Castrote, Cheesemaker, and the fair Catherine are willing, it may be so. Where is, then, the mother Malcho? In the stable milking the cow. Good day, Mother Malcho. How do you do? Very well, I thank you, Pif Paf Poultry. May I marry your daughter? Oh yes, if the father Hollenthe, the brother Hohenstolz, the sister Castrote, and the fair Catherine are willing, it may be so. Where is, then, the brother Hohenstolz? In the yard chopping up the wood. Good day, brother Hohenstolz. How are you? Very well, I thank you, Pif Paf Poultry. May I marry your sister? Oh yes, if the father Hollenthe, the mother Malcho, the sister Castrote, and the fair Catherine are willing, it may be so. Where is, then, the sister Castrote? In the garden, cutting the cabbages. Good day, sister Castrote. How do you do? Very well, I thank you, Pif Paf Poultry. May I marry your sister? Oh yes, if the father Hollenthe, the mother Malcho, the brother Hohenstolz, and the fair Catherine are willing, it may be so. Where then is the fair Catherine? In her chamber, counting out her pennies. Good day, fair Catherine. How do you do? "Very well, I thank you, Pif paf Poltrie. Will you be my bride?" "Oh, yes, if the father Hollenthe, the mother Malcho, the brother Hohenstolz, and the sister Kâsetraut are willing, so am I." "How much money have you, fair Catherine?" 14 pennies in bare money, 2½ farthings owing to me, half a pound of dried apples, a handful of prunes, and a handful of roots, and don't you call that a capital dowry? Pif paf Poltrie, what trade are you? Are you a tailor? Better than that. A shoemaker? Better still. A plowman? Better still. A joiner? Better still. A smith? Better still. A miller? Better still. Perhaps a broom binder? Yes, so I am. Now, is that not a pretty trade? End of section 58.
Section 59 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 59. The Wolf and the Fox. A wolf, once upon a time, caught a fox. It happened one day that they were both going through the forest, and the wolf said to his companion, "Get me some food, or I will eat you up." The fox replied, "I know a farmyard where there are a couple of young lambs, which, if you wish, we will fetch." This proposal pleased the wolf, so they went, and the fox, stealing first one of the lambs, brought it to the wolf, and then ran away. The wolf devoured it quickly, but was not contented, and went to fetch the other lamb by himself. But he did it so awkwardly that he aroused the attention of the mother, who began to cry and bleat loudly, so that the peasants ran up. There they found the wolf, and beat him so unmercifully that he ran, howling and limping, to the fox, and said, "You have led me to a nice place, for, when I went to fetch the other lamb, the peasants came and beat me terribly." "Why are you such a glutton, then?" asked the fox. The next day they went again into the fields, and the covetous wolf said to the fox, "Get me something to eat, or I will devour you." The fox said he knew a country house where the cook was going that evening to make some pancakes, and thither they went. When they arrived, the fox sneaked and crept around the house until he at last discovered where the dish was standing, out of which he stole 6 pancakes, and took them to the wolf, saying, "There is something for you to eat," and then ran away. The wolf dispatched these in a minute or two, and wishing to taste some more, he went and seized the dish, but took it away so hurriedly that it broke into pieces. The noise of it falling brought out the woman, who, as soon as she saw the wolf, called her people, who, hastening up, beat him with such a good will that he ran home to the fox, howling with 2 lame legs. "What a horrible place you have drawn me into now!" he cried. "The peasants have caught me and dressed my skin finely." "Why, then, are you such a glutton?" said the fox. When they went out again the 3rd day, the wolf limping along with weariness, he said to the fox, "Get me something to eat now, or I will devour you." The fox said he knew a man who had just killed a pig, and salted the meat down in a cask in his cellar, and that they could get at it. The wolf replied that he would go with him on the condition that he helped him if he could not escape. "Oh, of course I will, on mine own account," said the fox, and showed him the tricks and ways by which they could get into the cellar. When they went in, there was meat in abundance, and the wolf was enraptured at the sight. The fox, too, had a taste, but kept looking round while eating, and ran frequently to the hole by which they had entered, to see if his body would slip through it easily. Presently the wolf asked, "Why are you running about so, you fox, jumping in and out?" "I want to see if anyone is coming," replied the fox cunningly, "but mind you do not eat too much." The wolf said he would not leave till the cask was quite empty, and meanwhile the peasant, who had heard the noise made by the fox, entered the cellar. The fox, as soon as he saw him, made a spring, and was through the hole in a jiffy, and the wolf tried to follow his example, but he had eaten so much that his body was too big for the opening, and he stuck fast. Then came the peasant with the cudgel, and beat him sorely, but the fox leaped away into the forest, very glad to get rid of the old glutton. End of section 59. The Wolf and the Fox.
Section 60 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 60. Discreet Hans. Hans' mother asked, "Whither are you going, Hans?" "To Gretel's," replied he. "Behave well, Hans." "I will take care." "Good-bye, mother." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans came to Gretel. "Good day," said he. "Good day," replied Gretel. "What treasure do you bring to-day?" "I bring nothing. Have you anything to give?" Gretel presented Hans with a needle. "Good-bye," said he. "Good-bye, Hans." Hans took the needle, stuck it in a load of hay, and walked home behind the wagon. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans. Where have you been?" "To Gretel's." "And what have you given her?" "Nothing. She has given me something." "What has Gretel given you?" "A needle," said Hans. "And where have you put it?" "In the load of hay." "Then you have behaved stupidly, Hans. You should put needles on your coat sleeve. To behave better, do nothing at all," thought Hans. "Whither are you going, Hans?" "To Gretel's, mother." "Behave well, Hans. I will take care. Good-bye, mother." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans came to Gretel. "Good day," said he. "Good day, Hans. What treasure do you bring?" "I bring nothing. Have you anything to give?" Gretel gave Hans a knife. "Good-bye, Gretel." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans took the knife, put it in his sleeve, and went home. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans. Where have you been?" "To Gretel's." "And what did you take to her?" "I took nothing. She has given to me." "And what did she give you?" "A knife," said Hans. "And where have you put it?" "In my sleeve." "Then you have behaved foolishly again, Hans. You should put knives in your pocket. To behave better, do nothing at all," thought Hans. "Whither are you going, Hans?" "To Gretel's, mother." "Behave well, Hans." "I will take care. Good-bye, mother." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans came to Gretel. "Good day, Gretel." "Good day, Hans. What treasure do you bring?" "I bring nothing. Have you anything to give?" Gretel gave Hans a young goat. "Good-bye, Gretel." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans took the goat, tied its legs, and put it in his pocket. Just as he reached home it was suffocated. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans. Where have you been?" "To Gretel's." "And what did you take to her?" "I took nothing. She gave to me." "And what did Gretel give you?" "A goat." "Where did you put it, Hans?" "In my pocket." "There you acted stupidly, Hans. You should have tied the goat with a rope. To behave better, do nothing," thought Hans. "Whither away, Hans?" "To Gretel's, mother." "Behave well, Hans." "I'll take care. Good-bye, mother." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans came to Gretel. "Good day," said he. "Good day, Hans. What treasure do you bring?" "I bring nothing. Have you anything to give?" Gretel gave Hans a piece of bacon. "Good-bye, Gretel." "Good-bye, Hans." Hans took the bacon, tied it with a rope, and swung it to and fro so that the dogs came and ate it up. When he reached home he held the rope in his hand, but there was nothing on it. "Good evening, mother," said he. "Good evening, Hans. Where have you been?" "To Gretel's, mother." "What did you take there?" I took nothing, she gave to me. And what did Grethel give you? A piece of bacon, said Hans. And where have you put it? I tied it with a rope, swung it about, and the dogs came up and ate it up. There you acted stupidly, Hans. You should have carried the bacon on your head. To behave better, do nothing, thought Hans. Whither away, Hans? To Grethel's, mother. Behave well, Hans. I'll take care. Good-bye, mother. Good-bye, Hans. Hans came to Grethel. Good day, said he. Good day, Hans. What treasure do you bring? I bring nothing. Have you anything to give? Grethel gave Hans a calf. Good-bye, said Hans. Good-bye. Hans took the calf, set it on his head, and the calf scratched his face. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? To Grethel's. What did you take her? I took nothing, she gave to me. And what did Grethel give you? A calf, said Hans. And what did you do with it? I set it on my head, and it kicked my face. Then you acted stupidly, Hans. You should have led the calf home and put it in the stall. To behave better, do nothing, thought Hans. Whither away, Hans? To Grethel's, mother. Behave well, Hans. I'll take care. Good-bye, mother. Good-bye, Hans. Hans came to Grethel. Good day, said he. Good day, Hans. What treasure do you bring? I bring nothing. Have you anything to give? Grethel said, I will go with you, Hans. Hans tied a rope round Grethel, led her home, put her in the stall, and made the rope fast, and then he went to his mother. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? To Grethel's. What did you take her? I took nothing. What did Grethel give you? She gave nothing, she came with me. And where have you left her, then? I tied her with a rope, put her in the stall, and threw in some grass. Then you acted stupidly, Hans. You should have looked at her with friendly eyes. To behave better, do nothing, thought Hans, and then he went into the stall and made sheep's eyes at Grethel. And after that Grethel became Hans' wife. End of section 60.
Section 61 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 61. Puss in Boots. Once upon a time there was a miller who was so poor that at his death he had nothing to leave to his 3 children but his mill, his ass, and his cat. The eldest son took the mill, and the second the ass, so there was nothing left for poor Jack but to take Puss. Jack could not help thinking that he had been treated shabbily. "My brothers will be able to earn an honest livelihood," he sighed. "But as for me, though Puss may feed himself by catching mice, I shall certainly die of hunger." The cat, who had overheard his young master, jumped upon his shoulder, and rubbing himself gently against his cheek, began to speak. "Dear master," said he, "do not grieve. I am not as useless as you think me, and will undertake to make your fortune for you, if only you will buy me a pair of boots, and give me that old bag." Now Jack had very little money to spare, but knowing Puss to be a faithful old friend, he made up his mind to trust him, and so spent all he possessed upon a smart pair of boots made of buff-coloured leather. They fitted perfectly, so Puss put them on, took the old bag which his master gave him, and trotted off to a neighbouring warren, in which he knew there was a great number of rabbits. Having put some bran and fresh parsley into the bag, he laid it upon the ground, hid himself, and waited. Presently 2 foolish little rabbits, sniffing the food, ran straight into the bag, when the clever cat drew the strings and caught them. Then, slinging the bag over his shoulder, he hastened off to the palace, where he asked to speak to the king. Having been shown into the royal presence, he bowed and said, "Sire, my lord the Marquis of Carabas has commanded me to present these rabbits to your majesty with his respects." The monarch, having desired his thanks to be given to the Marquis, who, as you will guess, was really our poor Jack, then ordered his head cook to dress the rabbits for dinner, and he and his daughter partook of them with great enjoyment. Day by day Puss brought home stores of good food, so that he and his master lived in plenty, and besides that he did not fail to keep the king and his courtiers well supplied with game. Sometimes he would lay a brace of partridges at the royal feet, sometimes a fine large hare. But whatever it was, it always came with the same message, from my lord the Marquis of Carabas, so that every one at court was talking of this strange nobleman, whom no one had ever seen, but who sent such generous presents to his majesty. At length Puss decided that it was time for his master to be introduced at court. So one day he persuaded him to go and bathe in a river near, having heard that the king would soon pass that way. Jack stood shivering up to his neck in water, wondering what was to happen next, when suddenly the king's carriage appeared in sight. At once Puss began to call out as loudly as he could, "Help! Help! My lord the Marquis of Carabas is drowning." The king put his head out of the carriage window, and recognizing the cat, ordered his attendants to go to the assistance of the Marquis. While Jack was being taken out of the water, Puss ran to the king and told him that some robbers had run off with his master's clothes whilst he was bathing, the truth of the matter being that the cunning cat had hidden them under a stone. On hearing this story, the king instantly dispatched one of his grooms to fetch a handsome suit of purple and gold from the royal wardrobe, and arrayed in this, Jack, who was a fine, handsome fellow, looked so well that no one for a moment supposed but that he was some noble foreign lord. The king and his daughter were so pleased with his appearance that they invited him into their carriage. At first Jack hesitated, for he felt a little shy about sitting next to a princess, but she smiled at him so sweetly, and was so kind and gentle, that he soon forgot his fears, and fell in love with her there and then. As soon as Puss had seen his master seated in the royal carriage, he whispered directions to the coachman, and then ran on ahead as fast as he could trot, until he came to a field of corn where the reapers were busy. "Reapers," said he fiercely, "the king will shortly pass this way. If he should ask you to whom this field belongs, remember that you say, 'To the Marquis of Carabas.' If you dare to disobey me, I will have you all chopped up as fine as mincemeat." The reapers were so afraid the cat would keep his word that they promised to obey. Puss then ran on and told all the other labourers whom he met to give the same answer, threatening them with terrible punishments if they disobeyed. Now the king was in a very good humour, for the day was fine, and he found the Marquis a very pleasant companion. So he told the coachman to drive slowly, in order that he might admire the beautiful country. "What a fine field of wheat!" he said presently. "To whom does it belong?" Then the men answered as they had been told, "To our lord the Marquis of Carabas." Next they met a herd of cattle, and again to the king's question, "To whom do they belong?" they were told, "To the Marquis of Carabas." And it was the same with everything they passed. The Marquis listened with the greatest astonishment, and thought what a very wonderful cat his dear Puss was. And the king was delighted to find that his new friend was as wealthy as he was charming. Meanwhile, Puss, who was well in advance of the royal party, had arrived at a stately castle, which belonged to a cruel ogre, the richest ever known, for all the lands the king had admired so much belonged to him. Puss knocked at the door and asked to see the ogre, who received him quite civilly, for he had never seen a cat in boots before, and the sight amused him. So he and Puss were soon chatting away together. The ogre, who was very conceited, began to boast of what clever tricks he could play, and Puss sat and listened with a smile on his face. "I once heard, great ogre," he said at last, "that you possessed the power of changing yourself into any kind of animal you chose, a lion or an elephant, for instance." "Well, so I can," replied the ogre. "Dear me, how much I should like to see you do it now," said Puss sweetly. The ogre was only too pleased to find a chance of showing how very clever he was, so he promised to transform himself into any animal Puss might mention. "Oh, I will leave the choice to you," said the cat politely. Immediately there appeared where the ogre had been seated an enormous lion, roaring and lashing with its tail, and looking as though it meant to gobble the cat up in a trice. Puss was really very much frightened, and jumping out of the window managed to scramble on to the roof, though he could scarcely hold on to the tiles on account of his high-heeled boots. There he sat, refusing to come down, until the ogre changed himself into his natural form, and laughingly called to him that he would not hurt him. Then Puss ventured back into the room, and began to compliment the ogre on his cleverness. "Of course, it was all very wonderful," he said, "but it would be more wonderful still if you, who are so great and fierce, could transform yourself into some timid little creature, such as a mouse. That, I suppose, would be quite impossible." "Not at all," said the vain ogre. "One is quite as easy to me as the other, as I will show you." And in a moment a little brown mouse was frisking about all over the floor, whilst the ogre had vanished. "Now or never," said Puss, and with a spring he seized the mouse and gobbled it up as fast as he could. At the same moment all the gentlemen and ladies whom the wicked ogre had held in his castle under a spell became disenchanted. They were so grateful to their deliverer that they would have done anything to please him, and readily agreed to enter into the service of the Marquis of Carabas when Puss asked them to do so. So now the cat had a splendid castle, which he knew to be full of heaped-up treasures, at his command, and ordering a magnificent feast to be prepared, he took up his station at the castle gates to welcome his master and the royal party. As soon as the castle appeared in sight, the king inquired whose it was. "For," said he, "I have never seen a finer." Then Puss, bowing low, threw open the castle gates and cried, "May it please your Majesty to alight and enter the home of the most noble, the Marquis of Carabas." Full of surprise, the king turned to the Marquis. "Is this splendid castle indeed yours?" he asked. "Not even our own palace is more beautiful, and doubtless it is as splendid within as without." Puss then helped his Majesty to alight, and conducted him into the castle, where a group of noble gentlemen and fair ladies were waiting to receive them. Jack, or the Marquis as he was now called, gave his hand to the young princess, and led her to the banquet. Long and merrily they feasted, and when at length the guests rose to depart, the king embraced the Marquis and called him his dear son, and the princess blushed so charmingly and looked so shy and sweet that Jack ventured to lay his heart and fortune at her feet. And so the miller's son married the king's daughter, and there were great rejoicings throughout the land. On the evening of the wedding day a great ball was given, to which princes and noblemen from far and near were invited. Puss opened the ball, wearing for the occasion a pair of boots made of the finest leather, with gold tassels and scarlet heels. I only wish you could have seen him. When the old king died, the princess and her husband reigned in his stead, and their most honoured and faithful friend at court was Puss himself, for his master never forgot to whom he owed all his good fortune. He lived upon the daintiest meat and most delicious cream, and was petted and made much of all the days of his life, and never again ran after mice and rats, except for exercise and amusement. End of section 61. Recording by Ruth Golding. Section 62 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 62. The Elves and the Shoemaker. There was once a shoemaker who, through no fault of his own, had become so poor that at last he had only leather enough left for one pair of shoes. At evening he cut out the shoes, which he intended to begin upon the next morning, and since he had a good conscience, he lay down quietly, said his prayers, and fell asleep. In the morning, when he had prayed as usual, and was preparing to sit down to work, he found the pair of shoes standing finished on his table. He was amazed, and could not understand it in the least. He took the shoes in his hand to examine them more closely. They were so neatly sewn that not a stitch was out of place, and were as good as the work of a master hand. Soon after, a purchaser came in, and as he was much pleased with the shoes, he paid more than the ordinary price for them, so that the shoemaker was able to buy leather for 2 pairs with the money. He cut them out in the evening, and next day, with fresh courage, was about to go to work. But he had no need to, for when he got up the shoes were finished, and buyers were not lacking. These gave him so much money that he was able to buy leather for 4 pairs of shoes. Early next morning he found the 4 pairs finished, and so it went on. What he cut out at evening was finished in the morning, so that he was soon again in comfortable circumstances, and became a well-to-do man. Now it happened one evening, not long before Christmas, when he had cut out shoes as usual, that he said to his wife, "How would it be if we were to sit up to-night to see who it is that lends us such a helping hand?" The wife agreed, lighted a candle, and they hid themselves in the corner of the room, behind the clothes which were hanging there. At midnight came 2 little naked men, who sat down at the shoemaker's table, took up the cut-out work, and began with their tiny fingers to stitch, sew, and hammer so neatly and quickly that the shoemaker could not believe his eyes. They did not stop till everything was quite finished and stood complete on the table. Then they ran swiftly away. The next day the wife said, "The little men have made us rich, and we ought to show our gratitude. They run about with nothing on, and must freeze with cold. Now I will make them little shirts, coats, waistcoats, and hose, and will even knit them stout stockings, and you shall make them each a pair of shoes." The husband agreed, and at evening, when they had everything ready, they laid out the presents on the table, and hid themselves to see how the little men would behave. At midnight they came skipping in, and were about to set to work. But instead of the leather ready cut out, they found the charming little clothes. At first they were surprised, then excessively delighted. With the greatest speed they put on and smoothed down the pretty clothes, singing,
"Now we're dressed so fine and neat, why cobble more for others' feet?"
Then they hopped and danced about, and leapt over chairs and tables, and out at the door. Henceforward they came back no more, but the shoemaker fared well as long as he lived, and had good luck in all his undertakings. End of Section 62. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Section 63 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 63. Hans in Luck. Hans had served his master 7 long years, so he said to him, "Master, my time is out, and my wish is to return home to my mother. Give me, if you please, my reward." The master answered, "Thou hast truly and faithfully served me. As the service was, so shall the reward be." And he gave Hans a piece of gold as big as his head. Hans pulled out his handkerchief, wrapped up the lump of gold in it, and throwing it over his shoulder, made his way home. As he went on his way, always putting one foot before the other, he met a man galloping briskly along on a fine horse. "Ah," said Hans, quite aloud, "what a capital thing it is to ride! There you sit as comfortably as in a chair, kicking against no stones, saving your shoe leather, and getting to your journey's end almost without knowing it." The horseman, who heard this, pulled up and cried, "Hello, Hans, why do you trudge on foot?" "Because I must," answered he, "for I have this big lump to carry home. It is real gold, you know, but all the same I can scarcely hold up my head, it weighs so terribly on my shoulders." "I'll tell you what," said the horseman, We'll just exchange. I'll give you my horse, and you give me your lump of gold." "With all my heart," said Hans, "but I warn you, you'll have a job to carry it." The horseman dismounted, took the gold, and helped Hans up, and giving the bridle into his hand, said, "If you want him to go at full speed, you must cluck your tongue and cry tch, tch." Hans was heartily delighted as he sat on his horse and rode gaily along. After a while he fancied he would like to go faster, so he began to cluck with his tongue and cry tch, tch. The horse broke into a smart trot, and before Hans was aware, he was thrown off, splash, into a ditch which divided the highway from the fields, and there he lay. The horse, too, would have run away had it not been stopped by a peasant as he came along the road driving his cow before him. Hans pulled himself together and got upon his legs again. He felt very downcast, and said to the peasant, "It's a poor joke, that riding, especially when one lights upon such a brute as this, which kicks and throws one off so that one comes near to breaking one's neck. You don't catch me on his back again. Now there's more sense in a cow like yours, behind which you can walk in peace and quietness, besides having your butter, milk, and cheese every morning for certain. What I would not give for such a cow." "Well," said the peasant, "if it would give you so much pleasure, I will exchange my cow for your horse." Hans gladly consented, and the peasant flung himself on the horse and rode quickly off. Hans drove the cow peacefully along, thinking, "What a lucky fellow I am! I have just to get a bit of bread, and that isn't a difficult matter, and then, as often as I like, I can eat my butter and cheese with it. If I'm thirsty, I just milk my cow and drink. What more could I desire?" When he came to an inn, he made a stop, and in his great joy ate all the food he had with him, right up, both dinner and supper. With his 2 last farthings he bought himself half a glass of beer, then he drove his cow towards his mother's village. As the morning went on, the more oppressive the heat became, and Hans found himself in a field some 3 miles long. Then he felt so hot that his tongue was parched with thirst. "This is soon cured," thought Hans. "I've only to milk my cow, drink, and refresh myself." He tied the cow to a withered tree, and as he had no pitcher, he placed his leathern cap underneath her. But in spite of all his trouble, not a drop of milk could be got. And he went to work so clumsily that the impatient brute gave him such a kick with her hind leg that he was knocked over and quite dazed, and for a long time did not know where he was. Luckily a butcher came by just then, wheeling a young pig in a barrow. "What kind of a joke is this?" cried he, helping our friend Hans to rise. Hans told him what had happened. The butcher passed him his bottle and said, "There, drink and revive yourself. That cow will never give any milk. She is an old animal, and at the best is only fit for the plough or the butcher." "Oh," said Hans, running his fingers through his hair, "who would have thought it? It is all right indeed when you can slaughter such a beast in your own house, but I don't think much of cow's flesh. It is not tender enough. Now if one had a young pig, that would taste far different, to say nothing of the sausages." "Listen, Hans," said the butcher. "For your sake I will exchange and let you have my pig for your cow." "May Heaven reward your friendship," said Hans, and at once gave him the cow. The man untied the pig from the wheelbarrow, and gave the rope with which it was bound into Hans' hand. Hans marched on, thinking, "What a lucky fellow I am! As soon as anything goes wrong, something turns up, and all's right again." Just then up came a youth carrying a fine white goose under his arm. They were friends, and Hans began to talk about his luck, and how he always came off best in his exchanges. The youth told him he was taking the goose to a christening feast. "Just hold it," he continued, seizing it by the wings, "and feel how heavy it is, yet it was only fattened for 8 weeks. It will be a rich morsel when roasted." "Yes," said Hans, weighing it with his hand, "it is certainly heavy, but my pig is by no means to be despised." Meanwhile the lad was looking thoughtfully around, shaking his head. "Listen," he said, "I don't think it's all right about your pig. In the village I have just come through, one has lately been stolen from the magistrate's own sty. I fear it is the one you have. They have sent people out, and it would be a bad business if they found you with the pig. The least they would do would be to throw you into jail." Our friend Hans was downcast. "Alas!" he cried, "help me in my need. You know your way here better than I. Take my pig then, and give me your goose." "I shall be running great risks," said the youth, "but at least I will prevent your getting into trouble." He took the rope in his hand and drove the pig quickly away down a bypath, and Hans went on relieved of his sorrow, towards home with the goose under his arm. "What a lucky fellow I am," he said to himself. "First I shall have a good roast, then there is the quantity of dripping that will fall out, which will keep me in bread and dripping for a quarter of a year, and lastly the splendid white feathers with which I will have my pillow stuffed. Then I shall fall asleep without rocking. How glad my mother will be!" When he was at length come to the village, there stood in the street a scissors grinder with his truck. His wheel hummed, and he sang the while: "My wheel I turn and the scissors I grind, my cloak hangs flowing free in the wind." Hans remained standing and watched him. At length he spoke to him and said, "You must be doing well, since you are so merry over your grinding." "Yes," said the scissors grinder, "the work has gold at the bottom of it. A proper scissors grinder is the sort of man who, whenever he puts his hand in his pocket, finds money there. But where have you bought that fine goose?" "I did not buy it, but exchanged it for my pig." "And the pig?" "I obtained him for a cow." "And the cow?" "I had her for a horse." "And the horse?" "For him I gave a lump of gold as big as my head." "And the gold?" "Why, that was my reward for 7 years of service." "You have certainly done well for yourself each time," said the scissors grinder. "If you could only hear money rattling in your pocket every time you got up, your fortune would be made." "How shall I set about it?" said Hans. "You must become a grinder like me. All you want is a grindstone. The rest comes of itself. I have one which is a little damaged indeed, but for which I would ask nothing more than your goose. Would that suit you?" "How can you ask me?" answered Hans. "I shall be the luckiest fellow on earth. If I have money as often as I feel in my pocket, what else shall I have to care about?" And he handed over the goose and took the grindstone in receipt. "Now," said the grinder, lifting up an ordinary heavy field stone which lay beside him, "there you have a capital stone, which will be just the thing to hammer your old nails straight upon. Take it and lift it up carefully." Hans raised the stone and marched on with a joyful heart, his eyes shining with pleasure. "I must have been born lucky," he cried out. "All that I desire comes to me, as to a Sunday child." Meanwhile, having been on his legs since daybreak, he began to feel tired; besides which he was tormented by hunger, for he had eaten up all his provision in his joy over the exchange of the cow. At length he could only proceed with great trouble, and must needs stop every minute. The stones, too, crushed him terribly. Then he could not conceal the thought, "How nice it would be now to have nothing to carry." Like a snail he crept up to a well, wishing to rest himself and enjoy a refreshing drink. In order not to spoil the stones in setting them down, he laid them carefully on the ground, one beside the other, and bent himself down to drink. But by an accident he gave them a little push, and both stones went splashing down. Hans, when he saw them sinking in the depths of the well, jumped up with joy, kneeled down and thanked God with tears in his eyes that he had shown him this grace, and without troubling him to think what to do with them, had relieved him of the heavy stones which would have been such a hindrance to him. "There is no man under the sun," he cried out, "so lucky as I." With a bright heart and free from all care, he sprang upon his way until he was home at his mother's. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 64. Master of All Masters. A girl once went to the fair to hire herself for a servant. At last a funny-looking old gentleman engaged her, and took her home to his house. When she got there, he told her that he had something to teach her, for that in his house he had his own names for things. He said to her, "What will you call me?" "Master, or Mister, or whatever you please, sir," says she. He said, "You must call me Master of all Masters. And what would you call this?" pointing to his bed. "Bed or couch, or whatever you please, sir." "No, that's my barnacle." "And what do you call these?" said he, pointing to his pantaloons. "Breeches or trousers, or whatever you please, sir." "You must call them squibs and crackers." "And what would you call her?" pointing to the cat. "Cat or kit, or whatever you please, sir." "You must call her white-faced simony." "And this now," showing the fire, "what would you call this?" "Fire or flame, or whatever you please, sir." "You must call it hot cockalorum." "And what this?" he went on, pointing to the water. "Water or wet, or whatever you please, sir." "No, pondalorum is its name." "And what do you call all this?" asked he, as he pointed to the house. "House or cottage, or whatever you please, sir." "You must call it High Topper Mountain." That very night the servant woke her master up in a fright, and said, "Master of all masters, get out of your barnacle and put on your squibs and crackers, for white-faced simony has got a spark of hot cockalorum on its tail, and unless you get some pondalorum, High Topper Mountain will be all on hot cockalorum." That's all. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Section 65. Belling the Cat. Once upon a time, the mice sat in council and talked of how they might outwit their enemy, the cat. But good advice was scarce, and in vain the president called upon all the most experienced mice present to find a way. At last, a very young mouse held up 2 fingers, and asked to be allowed to speak. And as soon as he could get permission, he said, "I've been thinking for a long time why the cat is such a dangerous enemy. Now it's not so much because of her quickness, though people make so much fuss about that. If we could only notice her in time, I've no doubt we're nimble enough to jump into our holes before she could do us any harm. It's in her velvet paws. There's where she hides her cruel claws. Till she gets us in her clutches, that's where her power lies. With those paws she can tread so lightly that we can't hear her coming. And so, while we are still dancing heedlessly about the place, she creeps so close. And before we know where we are, she pounces down on us and has us in her clutches. Well then, it's my opinion we ought to hang a bell around her neck to warn us of her coming, while there's yet time." Everyone applauded the proposal, and the council decided that it should be carried out. Now the question was to be settled, who should undertake to fasten the bell around the cat's neck? The president declared that no one could be better fitted for the task than he who had given such excellent advice. But at that the young mouse became quite confused and stammered an excuse. He was too young for the deed, he said. He didn't know the cat well enough. His grandfather, who knew her better, would be more suited to the job. But the grandfather declared that just because he knew the cat very well, he would take good care not to attempt such a task. And the long and the short of it was that no other mouse would undertake the duty, and so this clever proposal was never carried out, and the cat remained mistress of the situation. End of Section 65, Belling the Cat.
Section 66 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 66. Little Red Riding Hood. In a great wide forest, full of beautiful trees, and green glades, and thorny thickets, there lived, a long time ago, a woodcutter and his wife, who had only one child, a little girl. She was so pretty and so good that the sun seemed to shine more brightly when its light fell upon her rosy little face, and the birds would seem to sing more sweetly when she was passing by. Her real name was Maisie, but the neighbors round about all called her Little Red Riding Hood, because of a scarlet riding hood and cloak that her kind old grandmother had made for her, and which she nearly always wore. She was a happy, merry little child, with a smile and a gentle word for everybody, and so you may easily believe that everybody loved her, and was glad to catch a glimpse of her golden curls and her scarlet cloak as she tripped along, singing under the green boughs. Now this, let me tell you before I forget, was at the time when all the birds and beasts, or very nearly all, could speak just as well as you or I, and nobody was surprised to hear them talk, as I suppose one would be nowadays. Well, as I was saying, Little Red Riding Hood lived with her parents in a little white cottage with a green door and a thatched roof, and red and white roses climbing all over the walls, and even putting their pretty heads in the lattice windows to peep at the child who was so like them. It was on a bright spring morning, early in May, when Little Red Riding Hood had just finished putting away the breakfast cups that her mother came bustling in from the dairy. "Here's a to-do," she said. "Farmer Hodge has this very minute told me that he hears your granny isn't quite well, and I can't leave the cheese-making this morning for love or money. Do you go, my dear, and find out how she is, and, stay, take her this little pot of sweet fresh butter, and these 2 new-laid eggs, and these nice tasty pasties. Maybe they'll tempt her to eat a bit. Here's your basket, and don't be too long away, honey." So Little Red Riding Hood pulled her cloak over her curls, and set off down the sunny green slope, with her basket in her hand, at a brisk pace. But as she got deeper into the forest, she walked more slowly. Everything was so beautiful. The great trees waved their huge arms over her. The birds were calling to one another from the thorns, all white with blossom, and the child began singing as she went. She could not have told why, but I think it was because the beautiful world made her feel glad. The path wound along through the trees, and as it grew wider after turning a corner, Red Riding Hood saw that she was likely to have company on her walk. For where 2 cross paths divided, there sat a big gray wolf, licking his long paws, and looking sharply about him. And, "Good morning, Red Riding Hood," said he. "Good morning, Mr. Wolf," she answered. "And where may you be going, sweet lass?" said the wolf as he walked beside her. "Oh, Granny isn't very well, and Mother cannot leave the cheese-making this morning, and so I'm taking her some little dainties in my basket, and I am to see how she is, and tell Mother when I get back," said the child with a smile. "And," said the wolf, "where does your granny live, little lady?" "Through the copse, and down the hollow, and over the bridge," and 3 meadows after the mill. "Does she indeed?" cried he. "Why, then, I do believe she's a very dear old friend of mine, whom I have not seen for years and years. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, you and I. I will go by this way, and you shall take that, and whoever gets there first shall be the winner of the game." So the wolf trotted off one way, and Red Riding Hood went the other, and I am sorry to say that she lingered and loitered more than she ought to have done on the road. Well, what with one thing and another, the sun was right up in the very middle of the sky, when she crossed the last meadow from the mill and came in sight of her grandmother's cottage, and the big lilac bushes that grew by the garden gate. "Oh, dear, how I must have lingered!" said the child, when she saw how high the sun had climbed since she set out on her journey. And pattering up the garden path, she tapped at the cottage door. "Who's there?" said a very gruff kind of voice from inside. "It's only I, Granny dear, your little Red Riding Hood, with some goodies for you in my basket," answered the child. "Then pull the bobbin," cried the voice, "and the latch will go up." "What a dreadful cold poor Granny must have, to be sure, to make her so hoarse," thought the child. Then she pulled the bobbin, and the latch went up, and Red Riding Hood pushed open the door and stepped inside the cottage. It seemed very dark in there after the bright sunlight outside, and all Red Riding Hood could see was that the window curtains and the bed curtains were still drawn, and her grandmother seemed to be lying in bed with the bedclothes pulled almost over her head, and her great white frilled nightcap nearly hiding her face. Now you and I have guessed by this time, although poor Red Riding Hood never even thought of such a thing, that it was not her granny at all, but the wicked wolf, who had hurried to the cottage and put on Granny's nightcap and popped into her bed, to pretend that he was Granny herself. And where was Granny all this time, you will say? Well, we shall see presently. "Come, sit down beside me, dearie," wheezed the wolf, "and let us have a little chat." Then the wolf stretched out his large hairy paws and began to unfasten the basket. "Oh!" said Red Riding Hood, "what great arms you have, Granny!" "All the better to hug you with," said the wolf. "And what great rough ears you have, Granny!" "All the better to hear you with, my little dear." "And your eyes, Granny, what great yellow eyes you have!" "All the better to see you with, my pet," grinned the wolf. "And oh, oh, Granny!" cried the child in a sad fright, "what sharp teeth you have!" "All the better to eat you with," growled the wolf, springing up suddenly at Red Riding Hood, but just at that very moment the door flew open, and 2 tall woodcutters rushed in with their heavy axes, and killed the wicked wolf in far less time than it takes me to tell you about it. "But where is Granny?" asked little Red Riding Hood, when she had thanked the brave woodcutters. "Oh, where can my poor Granny be? Can the cruel wolf have eaten her up?" And she began to cry and sob bitterly, when who should walk in but Granny herself, as large as life, and as hearty as ever, with her marketing basket on her arm. For it was another old dame in the village who was not very well, and Granny had been down to visit her and give her some of her famous herb tea. So everything turned out right in the end, and all lived happily ever after. But I promise you that little Red Riding Hood never made friends with the wolf again. End of section 66. Recording by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Section 67 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 67. The Nail. A tradesman had once transacted a good day's business at a fair, disposed of all his goods, and filled his purse with gold and silver. He prepared afterward to return, in order to reach home by the evening, so he strapped his portmanteau with the money in it upon his horse's back, and rode off. At noon he halted in a small town, and as he was about to set out again, the stable boy who brought his horse said to him, "Sir, a nail is wanting in the shoe on the left hind foot of your animal." "Let it be wanting," replied the tradesman. "I am in a hurry, and the iron will doubtless hold the 6 hours I have yet to travel." Late in the afternoon he had to dismount again, and feed his horse, and at this place also the boy came and told him that a nail was wanting in one of the shoes, and asked him whether he should take the horse to a farrier. "No, no, let it be," replied the master. "It will last out the couple of hours that I have now to travel. I am in haste." So saying, he rode off, but his horse soon began to limp, and from limping it came to stumbling, and presently the beast fell down and broke its leg. Thereupon the tradesman had to leave his unfortunate horse lying on the road, to unbuckle the portmanteau, and to walk home with it upon his shoulder, where he arrived at last late at night. And all this misfortune, said he to himself, is owing to the want of a nail. More haste, the less speed. End of section 67. Section 68 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 68. Jack and the Beanstalk. Once upon a time there lived a poor widow who had an only son named Jack. She was very poor, for times had been hard, and Jack was too young to work. Almost all the furniture of the little cottage had been sold to buy bread, until at last there was nothing left worth selling. Only the good cow, Milky White, remained, and she gave milk every morning, which they took to market and sold. But one sad day Milky White gave no milk, and then things looked bad indeed. "Never mind, mother," said Jack, "we must sell Milky White. Trust me to make a good bargain." And away he went to the market. For some time he went along very sadly, but after a little he quite recovered his spirits. "I may as well ride as walk," said he, so instead of leading the cow by the halter, he jumped on her back, and so he went whistling along until he met a butcher. "Good morning," said the butcher. "Good morning, sir," answered Jack. "Where are you going?" said the butcher. "I am going to market to sell the cow." "It's lucky I met you," said the butcher. "You may save yourself the trouble of going so far." With this he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out 5 curious-looking beans. "What do you call these?" he said. "Beans," said Jack. "Yes," said he, "beans, but they're the most wonderful beans that ever were known. If you plant them overnight, by the next morning they'll grow up and reach the sky. But to save you the trouble of going all the way to market, I don't mind exchanging them for that cow of yours." "Done!" cried Jack, who was so delighted with the bargain that he ran all the way home to tell his mother how lucky he had been. But oh, how disappointed the poor widow was! "Off to bed with you!" she cried, and she was so angry that she threw the beans out of the window into the garden. So poor Jack went to bed without any supper, and cried himself to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the room was almost dark, and Jack jumped out of bed and ran to the window to see what the matter was. The sun was shining brightly outside, but from the ground right up beside his window there was growing a great beanstalk, which stretched up and up as far as he could see into the sky. "I'll just see where it leads to," thought Jack, and with that he stepped out of the window on to the beanstalk and began to climb upwards. He climbed up and up, till after a time his mother's cottage looked a mere speck below. But at last the stalk ended, and he found himself in a new and beautiful country. A little way off there was a great castle, with a broad road leading straight up to the front gate. But what most surprised Jack was to find a beautiful maiden suddenly standing beside him. "Good morning, ma'am," said he very politely. "Good morning, Jack," said she, and Jack was more surprised than ever, for he could not imagine how she had learned his name. But he soon found that she knew a great deal more about him than his name, for she told him how, when he was quite a little baby, his father, a gallant knight, had been slain by the giant who lived in yonder castle, and how his mother, in order to save Jack, had been obliged to promise never to tell the secret. "All that the giant has is yours," she said, and then disappeared quite as suddenly as she came. She must be a fairy, thought Jack. As he drew near to the castle he saw the giant's wife standing at the door. "If you please, ma'am," said he, "would you kindly give me some breakfast? I have had nothing to eat since yesterday." Now the giant's wife, although very big and very ugly, had a kind heart, so she said, "Very well, little man, come in, but you must be quick about it, for if my husband, the giant, finds you here, he will eat you up, bones and all." So in Jack went, and the giant's wife gave him a good breakfast, but before he had half finished it, there came a terrible knock at the front door, which seemed to shake even the thick walls of the castle. "Deary me, that is my husband," said the giantess in a terrible fright. "We must hide you somehow," and she lifted Jack up and popped him into the empty kettle. No sooner had the giant's wife opened the door than her husband roared out, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." "It's a boy, I'm sure it is," he continued. "Where is he? I'll have him for my breakfast." "Nonsense," said his wife, "you must be mistaken. It's the ox's hide you smell." So he sat down and ate up the greater part of the ox. When he had finished, he said, "Wife, bring me my money bags." So his wife brought him 2 full bags of gold, and the giant began to count his money. But he was so sleepy that his head soon began to nod, and then he began to snore like the rumbling of thunder. Then Jack crept out, snatched up the 2 bags, and though the giant's dog barked loudly, he made his way down the beanstalk back to the cottage before the giant awoke. Jack and his mother were now quite rich, but it occurred to him one day that he would like to see how matters were going on at the giant's castle. So while his mother was away at market, he climbed up and up and up and up until he got to the top of the beanstalk again. The giantess was standing at the door, just as before, but she did not know Jack, who, of course, was more finely dressed than on his first visit. "If you please, ma'am," said he, "will you give me some breakfast?" "Run away," said she, "or my husband, the giant, will eat you up, bones and all. The last boy who came here stole 2 bags of gold. Off with you!" But the giantess had a kind heart, and after a time she allowed Jack to come into the kitchen, where she set before him enough breakfast to last him a week. Scarcely had he begun to eat than there was a great rumbling like an earthquake, and the giantess had only time to bundle Jack into the oven when in came the giant. No sooner was he inside the room than he roared, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." But his wife told him he was mistaken, and after breakfasting off a roasted bullock, just as if it were a lark, he called out, "Wife, bring the little brown hen." The giantess went out and brought in a little brown hen, which she placed on the table. "Lay," said the giant, and the hen at once laid a golden egg. "Lay," said the giant a second time, and she laid another golden egg. "Lay," said the giant a third time, and she laid a third golden egg. "That will do for to-day," said he, and stretched himself out to go to sleep. As soon as he began to snore, Jack crept out of the oven, went on tiptoe to the table, and snatching up the little brown hen, made a dash for the door. Then the hen began to cackle, and the giant began to wake up, but before he was quite awake Jack had escaped from the castle, and climbing as fast as he could down the beanstalk, got safe home to his mother's cottage. The little brown hen laid so many golden eggs that Jack and his mother had now more money than they could spend. But Jack was always thinking about the beanstalk, and one day he crept out of the window again and climbed up and up and up and up until he reached the top. This time, you may be sure, he was careful not to be seen, so he crept round to the back of the castle, and when the giant's wife went out he slipped into the kitchen and hid himself in the oven. In came the giant, roaring louder than ever. "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." But the giantess was quite sure that she had seen no little boys that morning, and after grumbling a great deal, the giant sat down to breakfast. Even then he was not quite satisfied, for every now and again he would say, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman." And once he got up and looked in the kettle, but of course Jack was in the oven all the time. When the giant had finished, he called out, "Wife, bring me the golden harp." So she brought in the golden harp and placed it on the table. "Sing," said the giant, and the harp at once began to sing the most beautiful songs that ever were heard. It sang so sweetly that the giant soon fell fast asleep, and then Jack crept quietly out of the oven, and going on tiptoe to the table, seized hold of the golden harp. But the harp at once called out, "Master, master!" and the giant woke up just in time to catch sight of Jack running out of the kitchen door. With a fearful roar he seized his oak tree club and dashed after Jack, who held the harp tight and ran faster than he had ever run before. The giant, brandishing his club and taking terribly long strides, gained on Jack at every instant, and he would have been caught if the giant hadn't slipped over a boulder. Before he could pick himself up, Jack began to climb down the beanstalk, and when the giant arrived at the edge he was nearly halfway to the cottage. The giant began to climb down too, but as soon as Jack saw him coming he called out, "Mother, bring me an axe!" and the widow hurried out with a chopper. Jack had no sooner reached the ground than he cut the beanstalk right in two. Down came the giant with a terrible crash, and that, you may be sure, was the end of him. What became of the giantess and the castle nobody knows, but Jack and his mother grew very rich and lived happily ever after. End of chapter 68. Section 69 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 69. How to Tell a True Princess. There was once upon a time a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she must be a true princess. So he travelled through the whole world to find one, but there was always something against each. There were plenty of princesses, but he could not find out if they were true princesses. In every case there was some little defect which showed the genuine article was not yet found. So he came home again in very low spirits, for he had wanted very much to have a true princess. One night there was a dreadful storm. It thundered and lightened, and the rain streamed down in torrents. It was fearful. There was a knocking heard at the palace gate, and the old king went to open it. There stood a princess outside the gate, but oh, in what a sad plight she was from the rain and the storm. The water was running down from her hair and her dress into the points of her shoes and out at the heels again, and yet she said she was a true princess. Well, we shall soon find out, thought the old queen. But she said nothing, and went into the sleeping room, took off all the bedclothes, and laid a pea on the bottom of the bed. Then she put 20 mattresses on top of the pea, and 20 eider-down quilts on top of the mattresses, and this was the bed in which the princess was to sleep. The next morning she was asked how she had slept. "Oh, very badly," said the princess. "I scarcely closed my eyes all night. I'm sure I don't know what was in the bed. I lay on something so hard that my whole body is black and blue. It is dreadful." Now they perceived that she was a true princess, because she had felt the pea through the 20 mattresses and the 20 eider-down quilts. No one but a true princess could be so sensitive. So the prince married her, for now he knew that at last he had got hold of a true princess, and the pea was put into the Royal Museum, where it is still to be seen if no one has stolen it. Now this is a true story. End of section 69.